Hey there, travelers. My name's Kai. Welcome to Proudly Radical. Oh, Jesus Christ. My hands are fucking minging today. I'm just, dude, don't ever fucking end up with peripheral neuropathy. That's all I can tell you, motherfuckers. Do whatever you can. Clean background. Hey, Brooke. Yeah. Neelib fucking did it. Yeah, it looks that way. It looks like he's going to pull this one out. But shouldn't be. Me try. Let me check a couple other feeds here. Nope. All right. Refresh the stream. Maybe me try. Refresh the stream. Hang on. I'll do that. There we go. Yeah, cool. So, all right. In the wake of yesterday's voting, what I really wanted to talk about at the top of the show was why down ticket voting is important, right? Anti-electoralism is alive and well within the multi-fascist system. Anti-electoralism is alive and well within the leftist community. And there's a bunch of examples yesterday as to why down ticket voting fucking matters. The first two black gay Congress people coming out of New York, the fact that New Mexico elected 3 women of color as their new representation, Puerto Rico's statehood referendum is passing, Denver repealed their stupid pit bull ban, and Colorado upheld they knocked down the attempted ban on the post 22 week abortion, seeing as Colorado is a haven for later term abortions in which fetuses, there are some conditions in which a fetus cannot be discovered to be incompatible with life until after the 22-week mark. And if you are pregnant with one of these conditions, there's very few places in this country you can go that will terminate your pregnancy for you. This child will be born, it will suffer for a day or a week, and it will die. These are these types of conditions. And Colorado is one of those locations, very much like Oregon back in the day, or Washington back in the day for euthanasia. And Colorado attempted to pass, a bunch of conservatives in Colorado attempted to pass this, and Colorado knocked that down. Again, down ticket voting. South Dakota passed medical marijuana. Mississippi passed medical marijuana. New Jersey passed recreational. California voted to return rights of voting to felons on parole even. Florida voted to increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Oregon, the big winner of the fucking night, taking the first huge swing at the war on drugs, decriminalizing small amounts of all hard drugs. This is what down ticket voting gets you. It gets you actual fucking progress. So, yeah, that strain of anti-electoralism within the left community is just, I think it was judged yesterday and it was found wanting, because this is the kind of thing you can do. We can't get this done at the federal level. We can't get this done at the sort of mutual aid level. This is down ticket municipal and state voting. Yeah, but capitalism isn't dead. No, it's not gonna be. That's how it works. But we took their CIA agents changed my mind. SJW. Hey Kai, what are your thoughts on living in the only country in the world where people will vote and then not want their votes to be counted? I wish I could say I'm surprised. I'm not. I truly am not. I mean, yes, I'm jaded. Yes, I've lived a weird life anyway, so it leads to a whole host of expectations from my country. Yep, Delaware, first trans senator. This is people who just vote for president and ignore all the rest of the shit are assholes. Because that's where you can make some real change. And I just, that was what I knew I wanted to come to air and immediately rant about, was that strain of leftist anti-electoralism after yesterday, where we saw so much progress actually made. Shout out to my own bullshit state, Nevada. Yes, I did hear about them storming the counting location. I also heard that they didn't get tear gassed and rubber bulleted in the face. Interesting. Something about that. I'm sure there's some point I could make about that. Yeah, we just saw third-party voters lose Trump the election. And mad shout out to my state of Nevada. Yeah, weird how that works, right? Sounds about white. I'm sorry, what? Mad shout out to my state of Nevada. We essentially protected gay marriage rights nationwide yesterday. Due to the interstate compacts that exist in the United States, if you're married in one state, you have to be recognized. That marriage has to be recognized in another state. Nevada formally enshrined same-sex marriage into our Constitution. It's not legislation here. It's constitutional law in Nevada that same-sex marriages are legal. And so you can come here even if a Supreme Court overturns the previous Supreme Court decision. You can come to Nevada, get married, and go home to go back to your state, and they legally, at a constitutional level, have to recognize your marriage. Nevada swung one for the fences and protected gay marriage for the country. Can we just call Nevada Ancapistan already? Dude, brothels, gambling, 24-hour liquor sales, legal weed, gay marriage. I mean, I hate this place for a number of reasons, but none of these are the reasons. This place sucks for different reasons. So, yesterday was the victory for down ticket voting. Sure, we put up with a neoliberal. Sure, we're going to have to deal with Biden and all of this bullshit. But at least, it looks like Trump's going to be out on his ass. And that's going to be a whole bunch of fun to talk about with just licking the tears of the Trump tards. But yesterday I see as a vindication for down ticket voting. Would you dress up as Elvis to marry someone? I hate Elvis. I might, but I he's just another white dude that stole a bunch of music from black people. Got famous for it. Oh, Jesus Christ. In Argentina, instead of checkmarking candidates in a list, every party has its own full party lineup ballot. If you're a brain-dead Dem voter, then you just shove the entire Dem lineup into your envelope and automatically vote down ticket. If you want to vote different parties for different positions, you take the scissors on the table and start mixing and matching. Oh my God. Excuse me, you hate Elvis Heresy. There's better musicians than him. Let's just put it that way. And as far as entertainers go, there's better entertainers than him. He just stole black people music and then claimed it as his own to a certain extent. I was watching a video. Primer on YouTube has a really good. He uses computer modeling and simulations to show people various things. Aggression, like how aggression scales. Yeah, exactly. Feel free. And he was doing one on voting styles, and first past the poll, ranked voting, plural position voting. Like he was no, yeah, not the trippy ass time travel movie. Yeah, and he uses computer modeling and computer simulations to demonstrate what these things look like in an actual voting scenario. And it's a really good video, actually, to sort of see how bad our plurality first past the post voting style. Yeah, he did approval voting too. And how bad our plurality first past the post style is. How just tragically broken the damn thing is. And so, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Primer's good. Computer modeling and computer simulations help a lot of people. Visualization helps a lot. You are the most epic troll we have, Ghost. You are like you're like a different scale of troll than we usually get. I appreciate your style of trolling. I really do. So one of my favorite things to do now, it's not, this is sarcasm. One of my favorite things to do now is the pre-show follow block mod list, right? So between bots and between bots and the clear racist trolls, I get follows from people now when I'm not on air, right? And one of the winners today that I just auto blocked was white and straight is right. Don't care if it's a sarcastic name or not. Gotta go, motherfucker. So yeah, it's quickly becoming one of my pre-show workflow elements. Yeah, no worries, handholder. Don't have too much fun dunking the fascist. Yeah, oh no, my alt. Hey, political perspective. What's up, my man? Did you have a good show? Are you as worn out as I am from all of this at this point? But welcome. Poor Callie. Fucking Callie Kami, when I raided him last night, was 16 hours in. It burned out completely. The dude was just burned out. It was fucking brilliant. But yeah. Hey, Taco. Oh, and Taco, notice your new VIP badge. I have 30 spare VIP badges. I cleared a couple of hurdles in the past week, and so yeah, I have 30 VIP badges free to hand out. I don't know. We need to come up with some weird way. 16 hours of politics is nuts. Nevada is unfortunately still a right to work state. Hey, Street Team Taco, if anybody was a VIP, it's you, my man. You put in the fucking work, getting the actual solidarity amongst the leftist channels going. So mad props to you, my man. Yeah. We just need to figure out a way that I don't know, need to find a way to recognize stuff, that matters. But like I said, I got 30 of them to fucking give out. So, plus he's a sexy boy. Okay, fair enough. But yes, yeah, Nevada is still unfortunately a right to work state, which means not right to work. It means right to fire your ass at any given time. Yeah, Nick Fury to our Avengers. Sure. Jackie would approve of that analogy. So yeah, no, it was, yesterday was, it was a vindication for down ticket voting. It was a vindication for the fact that the strain of leftist anti-electoralism is wrong. It's wrong. Where's Jackie Ben? I miss her. She's got like an actual life. She doesn't hate you. I've talked to her about you before. She's quite fond of you, actually. But yeah. My sister would approve. I miss her, punk butt. Yeah. But yeah, no, I firmly think in actual life such a thing exists. Those who work in an essential service industry throughout COVID have an entirely different existence than a lot of us do. And Jackie is in one of those. And so, yeah, she's out there actually interacting with the public and doing shit. And, yeah. Plus, she got other shit going on. Yeah, actual life getting in the way. The show sucks. She's waiting for them to go on lockdown so she can focus on her pods and whatnot. And for those of you who don't know, Ace is essentially Jackie's sister. They've known each other since Ace was a baby. Yeah, we got a lot of good shit done yesterday. Now, keep in mind the note about Puerto Rico, the statehood referendum looking like it's passing. They're not going to get statehood. With a Republican Senate, there's no way they allow that to happen. If Puerto Rico and D.C. entered as states, it would swing the balance Democratic. And the Republicans have been fighting this for decades. So while Puerto Rico may finally officially support statehood, it's not likely going to happen. So there's that. It does look like we are going to have Mitch McConnell as the Senate Majority Leader for another term. It looks like we're going to have a Republican-controlled Senate. So they're going to fight and stall and argue in bad faith and suddenly become concerned with the budget that they exploded themselves. And they're going to court challenge every executive order that Biden signs or pushes through. They're going to do what they do. They're going to be obstructionists. And so every judge is going to be challenged. Every appointee is going to be challenged. And now it's just a matter of seeing whether the Democrats are going to play the same kind of hardball that the Republicans have been playing the last 4 years. Of course. They always do, Ace. They always do. How the fuck did they lose House seats and not take the Senate? Here's another thing about what happened yesterday. Let me pull a stat here, just so I can use this. What you need to understand is that 68.4 million of your fellow Americans took one look at the previous 4 years and said, more of that. Okay? So you have to remember, moving forward, that there's at least 70 million Americans who are just kind of dumb or shitheads. All right? Now, there's a variety of reasons people voted for Biden. 1, they're neolibs. 2, they're centrist. 3, they performed a political calculus of sorts. But you have to remember that vote count. that moving forward, whenever you do any political calculus for yourself, whenever you do any sort of judging America at large, you have to remember 70 million people, in essence, looked at Donald Trump, looked at the previous 4 years, and said, yeah, I'm cool with that. Got to remember that. For the rest of your fucking life, remember that. It's important. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, SJW, this is prime leftist recruitment time. Yes, exactly, Kat. We have a substantial population of fascists or crypto-fascists or, proto-fascists. This is Venn diagram of it. It's important and depressing. Yes, Ramsey, it is. But it needs remembering. And that's what people tend to forget very quickly. So, yeah. In the future, always down ticket vote. Hello. I shall say hello on behalf of Tony Hawk. And this is when we got to take off spread tag. This is prime actual leftist recruitment territory. Now is the time to get those Bernie or Busters back, right? Now is the time to make inroads with them. Yeah, they were petulant little shitheads. And, they could have helped, that sort of thing. But ultimately, now is the time to mend those bridges. So, yeah. I would say you need to start unblocking them in a week or so, Kat. They made up only 0.2% of the total vote. I mean, do we know an actual statistic on how much they actually represented? But, I mean, they're some of the most vocal and adamant and passionate group, part of the leftist group. So it behooves us to welcome them with open arms. Now, as to whether they will accept the welcome is a whole other matter. But it is worth doing, at least in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. They can be useful for sure. So, yeah, now is the time to start big tenting leftism again and make sure that we don't shed people and instead grow. And hopefully further drive a death nail into the idea of, like, American modern conservatism. Ace. Let's face it, this like crypto-fascist, monarchistic, American modern conservatism needs to go away. It needs to go away. It is doing more harm to more people than, I mean, we can probably calculate, hey, Womp, that we can probably literally calculate at this point when you factor in global trade, economics, the spread of like neoliberal modern capitalism, and hypercapitalism, the viral strain that we spread as a result of that. Yeah, we need to work on this shit, and these are allies that we need. We need to teach them that lesson, though, Kat. And, sure, some of them won't learn that lesson, right? But some of them maybe will. And now that we don't have the extreme heat and pressure of the election cycle, maybe we could take a more relaxed approach to teaching that lesson. Because let's face it, teaching that lesson is in the middle of an election cycle or at the end of an election cycle is like trying to teach a lesson in the middle of battle. It's not conducive to a learning experience. Let's just put it that way. So, maybe now. I had one of those in high school, actually, me Trey. Catherine, she and I were fucking open enemies. We hated each other, and we ended up being very close friends. So, yeah, there's that heat, that passion, that was born of the flames of hatred, definitely can forge something else entirely. So, yeah, there's Kai's screed on down ticket voting and how we need a larger leftist tent moving forward. But with that being said, we have now potentially put a neolib in the presidency. All right. My high school enemies are still my enemies. Oh, of course. Of course. If we put a neolib in the presidency, as leftists, it now behooves us get out there and do it again, right? Like, this is the thing. Nothing really changes as far as our rhetoric, as far as our praxis goes. It's capitalism still exists, militarism still exists, the police state still exists, fucking tilted biases and minority rights need readdressing. There's a whole host of topics and issues that aren't going to, thank you for the follow, that aren't going to be readily addressed under a neoliberal, a form of government, especially one that has a Republican Senate that they have to get through. So progressive ideologies and progressive legislation is not something that we're going to be seeing pushed through on a steady basis during this administration. And don't forget, at the end of these 4 years, if it is a Biden presidency, you have to contend with the Obama syndrome, right? The conservatives are going to be even angrier because you potentially just dethroned their god emperor. That cult is not going away. Remember that approximate 70 million people, okay? They're not going away. Now, some of them may die, COVID and old age, but they're not going away. So remember, at the end of this 4 years, shit's going to get real again. So not only do we as leftists have to contend with a neoliberal government, we have to contend with a contentious neoliberal government and psycho-conservatives waiting in the wings. People of color and minorities should withhold international food until systemic racism ends. You cut off tacos and Chinese food in this country, you might actually have something. You might actually have something. The problem is that white people know how to make tacos and Chinese food at this point. Chinese food, westernized Cantonese food. So yeah, that's, I like to joke America invented Chinese food. But there is something to that. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that, Cat. I'm sorry, SJW.
No.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate the Twitter viewer. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly what it'd be like. Cal Gadot. Welcome, Cal. Yes, blowjob. All anarchists are devil worshippers. When we take our swearing in oath underneath the George Soros Tower and we get our first dose of Antifa super soldier serum and our first George Soros bucks check, we also swear an allegiance to Satan. It's just part of the swearing in ceremony. Yeah. I can get my membership card if you need proof. It's got like, Beelzebub's face on it, and yeah, there we go. So yeah, totally true. Yeah, every country just invents their own Chinese food. Yeah, I know, right? Are you, I mean, that's a pretty detectable level of sarcasm. I mean, do you think George Soros is paying us and giving us super soldier serum? I mean, do you think super soldier serum is a thing? Do you think Antifa is getting it? I mean, it's a tenuous grasp on reality, if that's true. I hope you're joking. I'm just going to assume you're joking. Satan, I've been swearing my allegiance to deviled eggs. My bad. See, Taco, that's why your checks weren't coming through. How will you cope when Trump, as an anarchist, my expectations will have been met. A fascist used an authoritarian system to undermine the will of the people again. That's exactly what I would expect to happen, quite frankly. So how will I cope? In my knowledge that my expectations were correct from the outset. See, this is the thing. You've clearly mistaken this channel for a democratic channel, right? Democrats. It's not. I'm an anarchist. Big difference. Like miles and miles and miles difference. How much are the checks? If y'all got a good living payout, I might swear allegiance. Where's the location? Who do I contact? All right, so first, what you have to do is you have to find your local Antifa representative, right? There's an official regional Antifa representative in your area that you have to track down and contact. Next, you're going to have to swear a blood oath with the regional director. Once you swear your blood oath, then they'll give you the contact details of the national leadership. Once you have the contact details of the national leadership of Antifa, they will give you the next meeting location for the next Soros meetup. Once you go there, then you'll get your check, your serum, and your marching orders, and you'll conduct your devil worship swearing in ceremony there. So just track down your regional representation for Antifa. They'll get you on the road. Where do I get the goat for sacrifice? I personally prefer a goat that's either raised by somebody from Middle Eastern or Asian origins. They tend to do better. They treat their animals, their goats, a little bit better. The Middle Easterners especially. So if you have a halal market in your area, go there. They can hook you up with a goat. Just don't tell them what you're using it for. Just say you want to butcher it yourself at home or something like that. They'll get you a goat. If you don't have a Middle Eastern market in your general location, if you're rural, seek out your nearest goat farm. They generally, deep south, they have a few of them. So there you go. That's how you get signed up. Blowjob. It's been fun. Thanks for the little riff. It's been amusing. Would you fight a Proud Boy? Why would I need to fight a Proud Boy? I mean, most of them are so overweight that I could probably run them to death. Are goats free or do I gotta steal one? I mean, it depends what level of praxis that you're into. If you're like more direct action and you see it as some form of political protest, you could probably steal the goat. But I mean, you do live under a capitalist system, so you're free to pay them if you so choose, but there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. So that's sort of up to you. Now, if you explain to, if you find a local market, Houston, Texas has goat farms. So you may just want to look around for a goat farm. Anyway, Unsatiable. Looking at the general, thank you for the follow blowjob. Looking at the general health and well-being, and this is coming from somebody with a physical disability, I think I could outrun most Proud Boys. So very much like how we used to run animals to death on the African plain, I think I could just run around the block a couple of times and they'd be so winded that they may collapse on their own. Just saying. Just from what I've observed of the Proud Boys, in general. So I don't think I would need to fight a Proud Boy. I think I could just run him to the ground. Yeah. That's, dude, total win. Yes, actually, computer cards. That is, we were exhaustion hunters. We sweat better, we cool off better than most animals. And so, yes, at the dawn of time sort of territory, that's how we would take down our prey. We'd just run them to death. So, yeah, it's a fascinating concept. But yeah, I think it would be implemented well with a Proud Boy. Whoever that was, fucking unsatiable, who thinks Trump is going to win and somehow I need to cope with it, and would I fight a Proud Boy? I don't know if you're still here, unsatiable, but you're amusing. Let's just put it that way. Perhaps. I do carry a lot of equipment, and they tend not to be in great shape. Let's just put it that way. I've seen more than my fair share of pudgy Proud Boys. So, bro, do y'all get checks or not? Well, see, that's the thing, is your check is dependent upon the amount of direct action you've taken. So if you've burned down your local Starbucks, then no, because that's bad for our image. See, the whole leftist destroying Starbucks thing has become a cliche, and we sort of got out of that. These days, what we do is we run underground pizza joints, and right. Like, I'm basically done with this bit at this point. Jesus Christ. It's just insert crazy QAnon conspiracy about the left here. There you go. Just insert it there. You haven't been personally exposed to Proud Boys, to be honest. Lucky you. Lucky you. Yeah, oh no, not Pizzagate. Exactly. Underground fucking pizza joints. Yeah, I was committed, but, eventually the bit just wears old, Christina. You know that. Like, it's just, and I'm tired of holding the bit. I'm going to be a freaking Ninja Turtle. Yeah, so we learned a lot to hammer the same nail home a few more times. We learned a lot from yesterday's election. We learned that 70 million of our fellow Americans are kind of assholes in one way, shape, or form. We learned that down ticket voting fucking matters. Get out there and down ticket vote. We iterated it at the top of the show. Whole bunch of fucking changes got made. Whole bunch of fucking dents and cracks in the armor that is the fucking stupid war on drugs bullshit. One state managed to secure same-sex marriage rights nationwide by understanding exactly how you can manipulate the system using down ticket voting. And that state would be Nevada, by the way. So, yeah. Get out there and fucking handle shit, folks. Vote for your sheriff. Vote for your fucking judges. Research them. Don't just check boxes. Spend a day or two on the internet if it takes. Take the time. Take the weekend. Fucking vote for shit that matters. When the constitutional amendments for your state or referendums come up, research them. Don't just take the fucking thing that they send you that, like, here's the breakdown for it. Look into it yourself. Vote on that. When you do, you'll be surprised the changes you can make in your country. All right, cool. See if there's anything I needed to look at. Yeah, I mean, look at fucking Oregon. I mean, between Nevada and Oregon yesterday, those are the two classic examples as far as I'm concerned. Nevada managed to secure same-sex marriage rights for the entire nation. And Oregon took the first big step in ending the war on drugs. Admittedly, California could be said to be have taken research by doing real research. Taken the first step years ago with Proposition 215, the medical marijuana initiative. But yesterday, Oregon took a big step as well by decriminalizing small amounts of all hard drugs. So we are seeing in slow motion the death of the war on drugs in America. There's going to be pushback. There's going to be bad faith talking points. There's going to be bad faith talking points. I know my stepfather already mentioned to my mother, because she told me that his first comment of the day was, well, it looks like you could do meth legally now in Oregon. Bad faith arguments, right? This is the thing. Decriminalization does not equal legalization. And that sort of hyperbolic statement is going to be the exact sort of thing that Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder and all of those other talking head assholes use to characterize these gains we make. Drugs won the war on drugs, and now it's time for reparations. Dude, good luck with that. But yeah, that's why it could be. It's decriminalization of small amounts of hard drugs. Gram to gram territory. Let's see. Do I know who this person is? Oh, yeah, I remember when we looked him up. No, different talking heads. David Byrne. Yeah, different talking heads. That talking head is halfway decent. I thought about experimenting by getting my brother to come here and see if he'd take anything good away from it, but I'm not even slightly hopeful it would go any other way than a ban. Christina, you're welcome to. I mean, I'd give him, as long as he doesn't make calls to violence against people, he'd get as much rope as he needs, probably. So feel free. No, full legalization. I'm with me, Trey. Full legalization or get the fuck out. Right? Decriminalization is Thank you for the host. Oh, I need to change that fucking I need to change the host icon. I never did that. No need to hold the door. See, this is the thing. We already have the statistics on full legalization and how it's the superior methodology for handling this stuff. Full legalization allows for more proactive drug treatment centers. It allows for more proactive social services. Full legalization of all drugs except antibiotics. That's what it says. You need more detail in that statement as to how it would negatively affect your family. I'm guessing you have users in your family. And the potential legalization could worsen the use state or usage amount. But this is just me taking a stab in the dark. Oh, what did it say? I didn't see it. Hang on. Oh, and it didn't get captured on the mod actions. Well, that's boring. Hey, thanks for the follow, Shanker. Jack, Trump fanatics really going rabid at the moment. They were worse last night. They've been fairly sedate today. At least thus far. The night is young, and I don't know how long I'll go for it. But thanks for the heads up, either way. You have faith in my boy. Dude, the fact that you refer to him as your boy, like my team, he's my guy, we won, all that sort of like tribal team think stuff freaks me the fuck out. Like, you have surrendered a portion of your identity to another human being. That's weird. It's weird. Oh. Oh my God, I needed that. I needed that. That's a good. Oh, thank you for the laugh. Oh. Oh my God. Oh. Oh, I hope it is. I hope that you're just being a funny troll, because that was, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Oh, explain to me, please. Explain to me how exactly Donald J. Trump is the greatest president of all time. Oh my God. So that there was lots of presidents that said that didn't have new wars. So if that's the bar, he's not the greatest yet. Like, please explain to me. I'd love to have this explained to me. How is he the greatest president of all time? In a realm where you have George Washington to pick from, Abraham Lincoln. I mean, you have some heavyweights to deal with, and you're going with Donald J. Trump. So he got assassinated. So he's okay. So you're in that camp of like, you don't like losers. So what happens if Trump loses? He's a loser, right? Like, that's, oh, losers are losers. You can't respect that. I mean, they're both incoherent when they speak. See, again, you're Jack, you brought the jinx. Geniuses. I'm an anarchist, not a liberal. All right. So first you have to understand that. Okay. I'm not a Biden supporter, nor am I a Trump supporter. I think, hey, so womanizing discounts you. So Trump's out for the womanizing as well. So he's the least racist president since Abraham Lincoln. For the guy who has had actual federal actions taken against him for racist policies that he's implemented in his apartment complexes. Sure, that guy. Yeah, that guy's the least racist. Jimmy Carter, nah. It's not me trying to prove that Trump is the greatest president of all time, Jay Leet. You're attempting to prove that Trump is the greatest president of all time. And clearly you have cleared no hurdles. And if you don't think a trade war with China isn't a new conflict, you don't understand the scope and scale of what a trade war with China encompasses. Carter. No wars during their term. Carter. Most you can do is Iran hostage situation. Or the Iran hostage conflict. Carter. He's a nicer human being than Trump, too. because he's liberal. You even use the you. You're a caricature. Send me a link that isn't the Federalist and then talk to me. See, Johnny, I would accept that as an argument. But that wasn't the statement that was made. The statement was Trump is the greatest president of all time. And I demand qualifications. Even the article author admits in that Federalist paper, it's true the long delays we've seen for absentee ballot counts are due in part to state laws in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania that prohibit the counting of absentee ballots before Election Day, which is not the case in most other states. The reason the tallies are still going up is because Republicans didn't allow those ballots to be counted before Election Day. They're going to continue going up. Now, if you have problems with some of the tallies themselves, fine. You can deal with that in a recount. But the fact of the matter is that most of the points of contention that Trump supporters are coming with, they created themselves. They created that very situation, and now you're whining about it. And let's face it, by telling his own supporters to not vote by mail-in ballot and to vote only in person, Trump created this situation himself too. We're traditionally a purple state, Rob. Nevada tends to lean towards Democratic. So, yeah, it's unlikely that Trump's gonna grab Nevada. It's possible. Like I said, we're a purple state, generally speaking. Trump is going to get all the lawyers he can to not leave the White House. That sounds like democracy to me. When you can lawyer your way into a presidency, sounds like good job. You know, like that sounds like a fucking real winner to me. So you're for court packing. So when the Democrats pack the courts or expand the courts, you'll be for that as well, Jay Lee, right? You're not a hypocrite. I presume you're not a hypocrite, right? You're for court packing. So when somebody who's not on your team does it, you'll say it's fair play, right? Just like it was under Obama with Merrick Garland. You're a hypocrite and you know it. Let's just stop conversing at this point. You argue in bad faith and you're a hypocrite. So, hashtag billionaire. Hashtag in debt for billions. Deutsche Bank has already announced they will seize assets to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah, he's in debt up to his eyeballs. And without his position of power to lend favors to foreign nationals and foreign governments, he's going to see a drop in income as well. He's fucked. And then let's not even discount the Southern District of New York coming after his ass. And possible Attorney General Adam Schiff. Holy fuck. Trump is fighting for his freedom right now. Like, you understand that, right? Like, this isn't a presidency on the line for him. This is his actual freedom. Like, the amount of court cases that are stacked against him, the lawsuits, the rape defamation case. This motherfucker is fighting for his life. He'll take it to the courts. He'll stall out the ballots on the swing states, and he'll hopefully get it tossed up to the Supreme Court for a decision. If he gets it into the Supreme Court, then he gets a favorable decision based on the court packing that he did. That's generally what he's hoping for. Desperate poetry. Like the name, by the way. The real winner of the election is Mike Lindell from MyPillow. That guy's ads on Fox News are like are on every 2 seconds. Funkmaster Womp, Trump is sus. What's court packing? Court packing is near 300 federal judges rammed through during the Trump presidency by Mitch McConnell and the Republicans in the Senate, as well as 3 Supreme Court justices. They have stacked the odds in the judicial side in their favor for when they, as they were planning ahead for when they lose the executive and potentially the legislative branches. And so since the check on those 2 branches is the judicial, they utilize their time in the legislative and executive to stack the judicial side with people who pass basic litmus tests. Are you on our team? Yes, cool, you're in. Do you have any legal expertise in this arena? No. Look at Amy Coathanger Barrett for examples of that. Never tried a criminal case. She's a Supreme Court justice. So, yeah. We have a racist, anti-Semitic rapist, and the list goes on. He shouldn't be in office. No, he shouldn't. And I mean, Biden shouldn't be in office either. This is political calculus. This is a form of utilitarian calculus, right? You have to just sit down and do the math, right? You got to go down a checklist on both sides and be like, all right, well, Biden's not quite as shit as Trump. And that's the best we can do. And maybe we can sort of push a progressive agenda to a certain degree. Maybe we can shift the Democratic Party to the left. Maybe we can move the societal Overton window to back towards center, maybe. So yeah, you do your math and you come out and say, okay, Biden's the choice, but he's still a shit candidate. But he's not Trump. Trump has more shit than Biden does. So, lesser of 2 evils. Not a fan of Yang, Rob, but I understand the appeal. If anybody screwed up the election utilizing mail-in ballots, it would be the Republican administration and the undermining of the USPS. They literally hamstrung the mail-in ballot process. Luckily, Nevada's been doing mail-in ballots for so long at this point that we're good at them. We're really good at them. We have an entire tracking system for ours, right? We know when our ballot goes out. We know, well, that was a racist dog whistle, so he's challenging you. We know when our ballot goes out. We know when our ballot gets delivered. We know when our ballot re-enters the mail system. We know when our ballot hits the registrar. We know when our ballot is checked. So it's... Do you think the right will riot and protest in the streets? somewhat. Not en masse. We're not going to see the South rise again sort of situation, right? They're cowards en masse. Trump supporters are cowards. Conservatives are cowards. They like their capitalist, sort of comfy life. So yeah, they'll do some shit. May see some isolated shootings even, maybe a pipe bombing here and there. So yeah. The first night when they finish crying in their whiskey, their cheap whiskey. Maybe. It's not looking for an excuse. It's literally if an election is stolen out from under you using gerrymandering, court packing, disruption of the postal service, disinformation calls to the tune of 800,000 people in swing states. This is what we're talking about. You can go back to being racists in the shadows. No, it's because they enjoy those benefits of capitalism that has led to their cowardice. They don't want to get their feet wet. It's that simple. It's why most Americans won't take to the streets. It's why most Americans will not protest. It's why most Americans won't join a general strike. We're entirely too well-fed and too entertained to do that. The benefits of capitalism lead to cowardice and apathy. It's just the truth. But if you want to talk about who has the motivation to take to the streets en masse, it's not the right. I'm far left, lame. I don't really believe in gun control. Marx himself said that weapons and ammunition should never be surrendered, and any attempt to do so must be frustrated by force if necessary. So it's funny that the Second Amendment crowd doesn't understand that they're essentially Marxists when it comes to gun philosophy. I think that would shock many of them, that they're in 100% agreement with Marx. For the exact same reasons. There's just literally no difference in the Venn diagram overlap as to gun ownership within Marxist philosophy versus Second Amendment philosophies. Womp. My mom is nearing 60 years old. Said 2020 has been the craziest year she's ever experienced. That says something because she's old as fuck. Lame. I come from a third world country, and it frustrates me how school shootings are here, which we never faced in our country, and that sucks. Yeah, what developing nation? We don't like that Cold War rhetoric around these parts. I'm not a stickler for language, but I hate that Cold War rhetoric of third world country shit. Bangladesh. All right. It's one of the most corrupt countries, but no school shootings ever. The school shooting thing is more of a sick society than the guns themselves. The guns are just the means, right? It's a sick society. I do believe that. Define military grade weapons. I mean, because the military uses sidearms. They use non-full automatic weaponry. They even use hunting rifles that are AKA sniper rifles, right? Like this is a hunting rifle and a sniper rifle have basically complete overlap. You know, SEAL teams carry sidearms. So what define military grade weaponry? Because the common person in America can't own a full automatic rifle. And they're prohibitively expensive for most people. And if you mean something like an AR-15, I hate to break it to you, but semi-automatic rifles come in many shapes and colors. And just because you get rid of the black plastic and the black metal and maybe get rid of a collapsing stock doesn't change the function of the weapon. So, I mean, I need a definition of what that military grade weaponry is. Rob, yeah, it could be a while based on court cases, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can have a tank, Jalit. You can have a tank. You truly can. Yes, it should be done in days, but it can go weeks, Rob. Yeah. Court cases, lawsuits. They won't let you put ammo in it. You can get that done too. There is a path to getting that done legally. There is. The common person cannot, but again, I'm telling you, you can get a path to doing that. It's not easy, but it is achievable. And I speak on this as somebody who grew up in a gun family, as the stepson of somebody with a federal firearms license, and as somebody who has access and ownership capability of military-grade weaponry. Proper military-grade weaponry. So I'm telling you, from an informed position, you can do that. So what's a reasonable solution to the gun violence? Mental health care. Healthcare. Fix the healthcare system. Make sure mental health care is a portion of it. Address poverty. Fix the educational system. In fixing that educational system, be sure to include better mental health training and better counselors in those schools. Do not use mental health as a route into the criminal justice system. This requires you to reform the prison industrial complex. Address these 5 issues, and you will see a drastic reduction in violence across the board, criminality across the board, and you'll see a knock-on effect of drop in school shootings. So, there you go. I mean, we know what the #1 contributor to mass shootings is, and criminality. Mass shootings is a mental health issue, and it's a mental health and isolation ostracization issue, and the criminality is poverty and lack of access to opportunity and education. And yeah, while you're at it, legalize drugs and sex work on top of that, and you'll resolve a whole other host of issues. Yeah, but without criminals, who will do all the work? Right? I love that stat, by the way. Yeah, Texas has more tigers than Africa that exist in the wild. It's fucking insane. It's yeah. The daily shootings go down if you address criminality, Vampire. The daily shootings are tied into black market mechanics. Basically, black market mechanics and black market economics dictate that you have no other resolution to a dispute within the marketplace other than violence or aggression. So what you have to do is resolve the black market economics issue first to address those daily shootings. The daily shootings aren't shooting people for the fun of it usually. They're shooting it over disputes of territory or sales. It's turf, right? So this is what you have to do. You legalize all drugs. That dissolves most of the black market right out of the gate. You legalize sex work. That dissolves a whole other portion of the black market. You bring that into the general regulatory framework of your economy, and now you can address these issues more readily. That's a bad faith argument, Vampire, and you know it. You know it. The only way you're going to get people into treatment and get proper research done on it, Rob, is legalizing it. Yeah, the fact that you went straight to fucking kiddie porn is mildly disturbing. We need to bring back mental health care. We eliminated it entirely. Using an outlier argument to undermine a core base argument is a form of bad faith argumentation. It just is. Everybody knows that one. Checkmate. You even said it. You said the thing. You said the fucking meme even. Holy shit, you're a caricature of a human being. Like, wow. Why don't you say sad now too for me? If we're going to do the greatest hits, let's do it. Could you call me a libtard maybe while we're at it? Just to, you know, complete the circle. All right, and now I'm just going to go into ignoring you mode. Good luck, chat. Peace all yours. Maybe we wouldn't have to go through all these problems if citizens couldn't get guns except being a part of a military family, which may benefit. Lame. Here's the thing that you need to understand. The private citizenry in America is trained better with firearms than the police are. Now, I know that's not a huge bar to clear. Don't get me wrong. But the general consensus amongst most gun experts, firearms experts in this country, are that the private ownership is actually some of the most responsible firearms ownership in the world. But if you combine rampant firearm ownership, hey Joe, with a system that has no mental health care access and is suffering from a very sick societal set of norms, then you're going to have aberrant behavior patterns. And those aberrant behavior patterns are going to be amplified by firearm ownership. And so you could take the guns away, but you wouldn't address the actual issue, which I think is just tragic, right? We should address the actual issue first. Now, if we address the actual issue and there's still an issue with firearm ownership, then we should address that. We really should. I'm not saying don't. I'm saying that if you have a problem that stems from other problems, address the problems it stems from first is the most fundamental and effective way of addressing the problem. Yeah, it's just, that's how it works. Ramsey, welcome to the political calculus of gun ownership, right? A lot of people in countries, zero. Sometimes it's easy. Easy doesn't mean what you should do. The easy route, zero, is not always the route you should take. Sometimes the difficult route is the necessary route. But yeah, Ramsey, that welcome to the political calculus of owning firearms. And in an era where we're starting to see the reappearance of right-wing fascism, that's redundant. Fascism is right-wing by its very nature. But as we're seeing the rise of fascism once again, that people who were against gun ownership are suddenly looking at it going, yeah, but what if they have the guns? Welcome to Political Calculus 101. It's a bitch. Because I argue from a different position entirely. Delete. Thanks for the follow, Kobe. Well, I would argue media suppression is forceful suppression. Zero. In an era where populace is so well controlled by a media conglomerate, by a media apparatus, I would argue that any implementation of that apparatus again in the suppression of the people is use of force. I think it's dem coconuts. I think it's selfish, but that's on par for hey, congratulations. Oh, SJW got a sub from Lame. Lamede or Lameter. Sorry. But congratulations, thanks, all that sort of stuff. I would prefer if you guys like give that money to, I don't know, a charity or something, you know, a homeless person on the corner, buy your loved one a meal, but I'm an anarchist. I can only tell you, I can't force you. So, dim coconuts. People, what do I think about people voting or agreeing with things that only help their group? For example, what can you do for me? Not what is right for all. I think that's on par with all of humanity through all of time. It's not surprising. Now, I would hope that we can evolve past that, like epigenetically, societal infrastructure, that sort of thing. I would hope we could evolve past that at some point. But, solipsism is still alive and well. Yeah, I don't know if I can let that one through. Vampire. Hey, Lotus. Vampire, here's what I'm going to do is I'm just going to read your comment so I don't have to approve that in the future. Here's what he said, and I'm going to let the mods decide after that. Wikipedia's definition of Caucasoid, Mongoloid, and Negroid are interesting. Lots of things are impossible to base human nature, Zero, but we reiterate things, right? We're not supposed to fly, but we find a way to do it. But it's not forever. Eventually, the plane has to land and refuel and change staff, right? Flip a coin. Tails. So I use this analogy in a similar way for you, Zero, that anarchism can't fly forever, but neither can capitalism, neither can democracy. Everything needs re-upped. Everything needs refreshed. Everything needs reworking from time to time. And so to prevent progress in the name of progress will eventually fail is one of the most one of the most sad. It's sad. Like it's literally sad. Like not Trump's ad. It's emotively sad that people can feel that way about things. That people would say, because 100 years down the line, this may break down. Let's not make any progress now. That's not how human progress works, contemporarily or historically. And so the gains you can make today, you make today. If tomorrow we need to address the gains we made today, tomorrow we address the gains we made today. That's just the nature of being human. You will never win the war. You will only win a temporary battle. That's it. Thank you, Some Sense, and nice to see you. Some Sense deserves one as well. I have so many VIP fucking tags. Some Sense, what is your fucking username? How is it actually done? There we go. All the old school fucking, as far as I'm concerned, all of the Podbean people will get a VIP automatically. There we go. There you go, Some Sense. You now have there you go. You got your VIP tag. What we got? I gotta scroll back a little bit. They were spending time snarkily attacking people in chat, going off spouting about all the talking points. It was more a comment on what's happening right now, says Eamon. This is Lotus. I'm glad you get me at least, Zero. Lameder, I've always made myself believe that the change of presidency between Democrats and Republicans doesn't change poor or middle class problems. Am I wrong? No, Lameder, you're completely correct. Democrat, Republican doesn't matter. It's still a class warfare. There's still class warfare going on, and it's rich versus poor. There's a reason the majority of senators, congressmen, presidents, and people selected for the judiciary are well off. There's been a class warfare in this country since the country was founded. The country was built for land-owning white males. Notice, not poor-ass white males, land-owning white males. It's always been class warfare. Before this country existed, it's been class warfare. It's been class warfare dating back to before time has started being recorded, right? It's class warfare. So, no, you're not wrong in that understanding. Let's see. All right, cool. Yep, Dem Coconuts, exactly. Political science, civics, drama, speech and debate, critical thinking, philosophy. I would prefer a trivium-based education, logic, grammar, rhetoric, and then build on top of that. So, yeah. Lotus, I just got to the Mr. House in New Vegas comment. Love it. Coming into an anarchist stream complaining about Biden expecting a negative response. Exactly. Dude, we get them all the time. All right, now I'm caught up, basically. Ramsey, it's why the right likes to sow distrust about other races. They hope to split the lower classes. Favorite video game character for each corner of the political compass. Question 0. Off the top of my head, I wouldn't be able to just knock some out, right? But yeah, I'll think on that for you for another day. 0. Man with more grain, get more women, bigger cave, bash other man with some grain. Lotus, you get it. You fucking get it. Yep. It's in me, Trey. You understand me. Yeah, you get it. That's what it's been forever. So that's what we need to remember as leftists. Is that sure? Maybe we held off the forces of literal fascism for a moment, but no progress has been made, right? There's not going to be a huge shit ton of progress made under this administration. He's a neo-lib, and there's a Republican Senate still, and the judiciary's been stacked with people that Mitch McConnell pushed through. So, you know, don't look for massive gains to be made on the progressivist front. Hey, good fall, did it? Yeah, I think that's how the Scarface line goes. First you get the power, then you get the money, then you get the women. I think that's, I mean, it's been 15, 18 years since I've seen Scarface, but thanks for the follow, man. I can't believe Forsen still streams in the year 2020. What do we got? Shared content. Cabra. Who the fuck is Cabra? It's gotten to that point, boys and girls. It's gotten to that point. All of my old timers who are here right now, it's official as of today, is the first time that Kai looked at his Discord server and went, who the fuck is that? It's posting something. I've officially lost track of new membership. It was bound to happen. It was bound to happen. Scarface is such a shitty movie if you watch it now. I love shitty movies, so I may actually watch it then. I adore shitty movies. So that I may take you up on that one. Yeah. There's nothing better for me to watch a shitty movie. Unintentional comedy for me is the best. Yeah, new member who dis. It's okay. The OGs have their own corners of the server, where we can reminisce about the old days on Podbean. Oh, fucking A. It's weird doing this. It's weird. Wealth bracket division. I point you to George Carlin and euphemistic language and how it's used to soften society to the point where ill-fated deeds and ill-intentioned deeds are possible. Instead of shell shock, you have post-traumatic stress disorder, which the academization and the medicalization of the technique allows for general society to distance themselves from the severity of the impact. It's class warfare. It is. Wealth bracket is a euphemism for class. Class is a division of wealth and resource access. Hey, Dishonored. I'm for Torvo, not Emily. I didn't enjoy playing as her. But yeah, wealth bracket division is just class. It's class. And based on the fact that the wealthy are getting away with exploitation and actual harm to the point of death, I would define that as warfare. So, yeah, it's class war. And it has been forever. Interesting. I may or may not like the high chaos end solely because Corvo gets to play Secret Hitler. I am notorious for doing non-lethal stealth ghost runs of Dishonored. If I have the option of a non-lethal ghost run in a game, like right now I'm doing a non-lethal stealth playthrough of Mankind Divided, Deus Ex. So yeah. I'm big into that sort of stealth assassination type game. You play cannon runs. Okay. Why is the proletariat is the only group that possesses any class? Taka, love it. I can't think off the top of my head, but I reckon a Legate Lennius for Auth-Right because I want him to growl in my ears. Really dug up that clip in shared content. Oh, poof. Jesus Christ. Fucking wall. Give me a second. Oh yeah, I do non-lethal because of the high chaos gameplay and Dishonored sucks ass. Agreed. But I like the end result. Fair enough. No, it's okay. It's okay. No apology necessary. Just give me a second. Do you mind if I ask what is your anarchistic philosophy? Okay, so one, here is the elevator pitch for you. Dem Coconuts. What's your vision for technology and how it's going to shape our lives very differently to the old monetary models? I find a lot of people ignore how much technology can increase the capacity for production and profit exponentially and can reduce labor exploitation much more effectively if designed to provide economic wealth to all. I'd be curious to know what you see happening in the future if your ideology was widely adopted. Okay, so I'm a technologist from the word go. My mom put me in front of a mainframe terminal at age 4. By 14, I was doing custom programming work. By around 25, I had my own independent IT consultancy here in Las Vegas, servicing very large companies. Let's just put it that way. We don't need to put a number on how much money these companies would tend to make. So I'm a technologist from the word go. Big fan. If the AI ever takes over, I'm not fighting it. It can have it. I'm on Team Computer from way back. As for transformationary value of technology within the human society, I am a transhumanist. Give me the neural uplink, give me the whatever. I think technology provides an ability for human beings to come closer, not further apart. We're just in an odd little middle ground right now where the technology isn't fully integrated. I also think that the production, I think that more equal and equitable production levels and distribution of resources could be attainable under a fully democratized, distributed, technologically controlled system. Right? If it wasn't just a dude making the call that I get more, you get less, if it was actually a global algorithmic AI that was tuned for the benefit of humankind, then you could have some very interesting outcomes. Now, there's some very negative outcomes, but with all technology comes a double-edged sword. It's just the nature of all of our technology. Electricity can burn down your house, or it could power an emergency room. So you just have to roll with that side of it. The Omar from Deus Ex Invisible War, that's the goal. Sort of. Yeah. What do we got? The AI can take over as long as we only get fully automated headpat bots. Fair enough. Yeah, transhumanism is the only way. I argue that we're already transhumanists. We have always been transhumanists. That fundamentally, from the moment we picked up the first rock and used it as a hammering tool, we were trans species, right? This is just the nature of it. Your fist wasn't hard enough, so you picked up a rock, right? This is just the nature of human beings. Crash is live. I forget writing. We were transhumanist before then even. Fire, rocks as hammering implements, all of this is transhumanist. You're attempting to modify your innate capability with technology, with a tool. Once we started doing that, it was just a matter of refinement. And so we're to the position now that we can begin refining the technologies to actually be integrated with ourselves. It's just the next step. We've always been transhumanist. Did you get into read some sense? Listen to me. Do you think I got into reading any of the classic cyberpunk sci-fi? It's why I only run cyberpunk tabletop games. It's one of the only fictional genres I'm comfortable. Snow Crash as favorite. Top tier favorite, 100%. I love Snow Crash as far as like dystopian cyberpunk, burbclave, corporations run the world. That's my jam. If I'm gonna tell a story from a tabletop perspective, some sense, it's shit like that. I adore that sort of storytelling. All right, so let me thanks. If our budget was based on fine-tuned measurements of our carrying capacity on Earth, it would basically be 1,000% more efficient. Hey! Look at you, Ace Chaotic. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, it'd be 1,000% more efficient than all this money spent on politics and lobbying. 100% agreed. Coconuts. With no irony or jokiness, though. If I knew there was a way to spawn the AI takeover in my lifetime, I'd probably just about sacrifice everything to achieve it. Lotus, I'd probably be there right by your side. Okay, Zero. Your question about Dishonored in the politics in it. I mean, it's classic. It's classic monarchistic politics. With a populist uprising, an attempted military or the attempted vanguardist coup. It's pretty standard European politics of the 16th to let's say 14th to 17th century. Something in there. A European historian could fix my dates a little bit for me. See, that's where I disagree. Class is a social stratification according to birth, aka feudalism with its nobility, freemen, and serfs. Whereas today's society is not socially stratified. If you want to address the issue of modern society, I think you should find a better term. I think the term's already adopted. I think the term has already become adapted. I literally don't think I need to find a different term. I think if I use that term, the majority of the populace will know exactly what I'm talking about. And that should be the goal with language, generally speaking. Unless there's a toxic or nebulous term that needs taken back, and then you could force a prescriptive definition set on it. But this is the eternal battle between prescriptivists versus descriptivists within linguists. So go from there. That's Kat's question. I wasn't even born, and that's transhumanism. Yep. Thoughts on gross treatment of female characters in cyberpunk movies? I hate to break it to you, Zero. It's modeled after real life. Go talk to a woman and ask them about the history of female treatment throughout all of time, and see what has been done to women as a whole. Basically, cyberpunk is a telling of a dystopian end state or mid state. And so it amplifies the injustices that already exist. So there you go. Oh, we got a MGTOW or something going on there. Blade Runner, Fifth Element, more low fantasy European history. Never actually knew about that about it. I just saw the teleporting and killing and thought, okay, I get the gist. Oh yeah, it's definitely European royalty inspired sort of environment going on in Dishonored. Far more interesting in terms of political stuff. Dishonored 2. I mean, claim to the throne as a half daughter. I mean, it's very Shakespearean. Dishonored 2 is very much in that vein of Shakespearean European Eurocentric drama. So I understand that. Welcome back, Cheese. The moon is our mistress. Oh, I would be able to deal with that. I mean, Zero, have you met some of our Republicans presently? They unironically endorse pedophilia. So, I mean, science fiction doing it is not a stretch of like, hey, there's people that do this. Thank you, Lotus, for clarifying that point even further. I'm glad someone brought up the whole transphobia, misogyny in Cyberpunk is disgusting thing, because that's the point. The trans characters are super fetishized and objectified. The women are treated like a commodity. It's literally, it's a moral tale, right? Rape bad. Here's a rape scene to show you the brutality of the rape scene. That sort of situation. Not everybody writes fucking like slasher gore fix just for the enjoyment of it. Sometimes authors are literally trying to tell a story and trying to include morality and ethics within their storytelling. And Cyberpunk is infamous for doing this. It's very political as a genre and as a general writing format. If tomorrow the population suddenly changed its view on world class, would you switch to a more accurate term? Well, yeah. I mean, if the majority of the populace all of a sudden starts using a new term, then I'm not going to kick water uphill. There's only a handful of terms that I will do that for. Anarchism being one. But generally speaking, I lean more towards descriptivism versus prescriptivism. But I do think there are justified cases of prescriptivism, especially within the realm of academia and scientific or academic definitions of things. Things that have scientific or academic definitions, there's a claim to prescriptivism there. Things that are more common usage terms, there's a stronger claim for descriptivism in those cases. Let's see. Why am I a leftist? Because my ideology aligns along that axis. Because technically that's the axes and the parameters set up and described as to the ideologies that I follow. I follow a more egalitarian, humanistic set of ideologies. I believe in things like consensus decision-making and direct democracy and a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures, a philosophical challenging of authority and power mechanisms. So this makes me a leftist by definition. And the core tenets there, the hierarchy is the power and authority, that's what makes me an anarchist. So there's your answer, El Romero. Hey, Taco, if you're already gone, sorry I missed you. Sorry I didn't get to say goodbye, but good luck to you, Taco. Street Team Taco out. I'm deflecting your critiques of popular cyberpunk films. Well, then consolidate them into a single passage, Zero, and go ahead and put it in, and then we'll address it in one batch. Oh, what do we got? Having penis and scratching testicles at work while we're taking care of our child. Well, that's an oversimplification, but let's face it. Men are more susceptible to rape just because of the prison industrial complex and the larger vast numbers in there. Historically, women are more susceptible to rape, but in the current modern context, so don't twist that. Men are the vast majority of people who went to war, who suffered through war, were injured in war, and died in war. Men were the ones who fought the Crusades. Men were the one. Now, there's an argument, men, blah, 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 blah. Men did that, that sort of thing, but don't negate or discount that either. Men weren't just at work for the majority of history. Men were in industries and jobs and in roles in society that are inherently more dangerous, carry a greater statistical risk of suffering, limb injury, and death as a result of that. So, and again, don't mistake this as some MGTOW shit. It's men's right activist shit. It's just a recognition of the reality of the situation. Both sexes have their own bag of shit that they've had to deal with throughout human history. But women have a unique kind of brand of bag of shit that they've had to deal with. Oh, Jesus Christ. Good luck with that, Jalit. Some sense. I agree with that. It's a strategic advantage. I literally, Dem Coconuts. Anarchism is Dem Coconuts. Listen, Dem Coconuts. Listen, I'm talking to you. Anarchism is a wide river that has many contributing streams and tributaries. But one of the common threads that flows through most forms of anarchism is this: a belief in the collapsing down of hierarchical structures into a heterarchy, and a philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms throughout all of your society. There's many frames and brands of anarchism that you can, because anarchism can be used to modify other things. And so you can have anarcho-individualism, anarcho-primitivism, anarcho-communism, anarcho-technologism. You've got anarcho-transhumanism. You've got, there's many brands of anarchism, but the thread that flows through the majority of them is this belief in the collapsing of hierarchical power structures and the philosophical challenging of authority and power mechanisms throughout your society. So this is anarchism. Now, anarchy as a word is descended from the Greek, an without, archos, ruler, right? So it means without rulers. This is the collapsing down of the hierarchical power structures. So for your senator to say that they have power over you, legislative power, would be an unjust power mechanism within an anarchistic framework. So that's the collapsing down and the philosophical challenging. I hope that takes care of it. Oh, we're still doing the fucking blah, 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 blah. Because legislative and judiciary are two different qualification sets. You're, El Homero, you're attempting to conflate a programmer with a line cook. They have different qualifications. The line cook has artistry and technical expertise unto themselves. They have a work rigor that is different and unto themselves. A programmer has a different artistry and technical knowledge and work rigor that is different unto themselves. Amy Coathanger Barrett is not qualified to be a Supreme Court judge. She's never even tried a criminal case. All right? My stepfather, who's a shithead, is far more qualified as a judge than she is. This is just the fact of the matter. This is the contention. And she's a member of a cult. And her theocratic worldviews are inseparable from her judicial biases. And her previous track record shows this. Hey, Boss Hog. Sorry, I'm catching up on chat, boss. It gets like that these days. But hey, boss. Hope you're doing well. Kat, if you got a link to the Unicorn Riot stuff, send it over. I would appreciate it. I'd love to ask your opinion on how to morally weigh up the consequences of historical empire, because how I see it in the modern term, I evidently rage against the machine endlessly. But, you know, the whole Roman Empire bringing plumbing to the world trope, does that have any truth? Of course it does. Lotus. Nothing. Very, very rarely are things black and white. And generally on the days where things are black and white, you have a body count. Capitalism has brought good things to the world, but it's also brought an overwhelming amount of bad. And the scales are tipping, right? For a while, it was kind of like this, but now it's creeping this direction. And this is when you have to start making moral, ethical, and just rational, logical judgments about the economic system or the governmental system that you have put in place. And so there does come a time when you outgrow things as a person and as a society. And that's the sort of position we're in right now. We've outgrown a whole host of things. Industry, our systems of economics, our systems of governance, and it's time to start having the conversations as an adult species about what comes next. And it happens. Every few hundred years, it happens. And there's always conservatives that think that tradition is the best way, and that, you know, the days of yesteryear, the halcyon days of yore, are the only way to do things. And then there's progressivists that say the only way that we've ever had is forward. The only way we've ever had is forward. It started the moment we left the trees, and the moment we came out of the caves, and we crossed the river, and we spanned the ocean, and we went to the moon. The only way our species has is forward. And so it's time to start having that discussion. But again, you can have an adult conversation about that and say, oh, all right, so it is a mixed bag. It's not all black and white. But the bad is now beginning to outweigh the good. And we need to recognize that as adults and say, okay, how do we remedy this? How do we rectify it? What can we do? The first step in fixing a problem is admitting you have a problem. Blah, blah. Thank you, Cat.
The chant is now get a real job to the police.
Nice. All right. Well, we're going to do this.
Hundreds of people. And the crazy.
We're going to mute it. And I'm going to keep doing a little chat. Hey, thanks for the follow, Lotus. Bro, you're so informed. I'm watching YouTube trying to figure out how a car ignites itself with a twisted key and runs on gas. Push, pull, suck, bang, blow. I believe is the order for the internal combustion engine. The terminology I'm not a car mechanic by trade, but I've turned a wrench or two in my day as well. Rob, here's my biggest piece of advice to anybody. I'm an infamous DIYer around my channel for my longtime followers. A human being built it. You're a human being. You can fucking work on it. You can rebuild it. You can fix it. You can build a new one. I do not believe when I approach a project that anything is beyond my reach. I firmly believe that. When I start something new, even if I have zero knowledge in it, I'm like, yeah, I can do this. Somebody else did this. Clearly, I'm capable. So that is my best advice to you as just a fellow human being. There's nothing you really can't do. And if you suck at it, it doesn't mean you can't do it. It just means you're not good yet. Everybody starts sucking usually. It takes practice to get good at stuff. But the last thing I want to do is run for state senate. I'm looking forward to the day we can use computers as judges. Battle, that would be an interesting phenomenon. I would, from a computer science point of view, I would be mistrusting because algorithms can be biased just as much as human beings. But it's dependent on their programmers and the data set that they were trained with. But yeah. In DMs. Okay. Yeah. Wait, I presume we're watching it, right? Yes, the votes are anonymous, Rob. The votes, we have anonymous voting. That's how that works. The vote, the actual vote itself is not correlated to you in the vote roll. There is, theoretically, there would be a way to de-anonymize the votes, but it would take mass access, and it could be done theoretically. What if the political party? What if one day the political party becomes military heavy and start going after killing everyone who voted Democrat, etc.? Like, I know it sounds crazy, but I saw a movie about South Korea and they were going after people who voted for the opposition party. You're fine, Lotus. No apologies needed. Conversation is a dying art. Exactly. It's like I said, it's theoretically possible, Rob, but in its innate state, it isn't. So it's not an immediate concern. There's far more concerning things that you should be dealing with. All right, so it's turned into a block party. I'm going back to chat. If something changes up there, somebody let me know. Somebody keep an eye on the Unicorn Riot feed, and if some shit snaps off, I'll have it ready to go. Jesus Christ. What do you think about reparations? Oh, Lord. You went there, Dem Coconuts, right? I know so many people who don't believe they should pay for it, and I've had very odd conversations with people who even historically benefited from reparations but don't believe in it. Reparations is probably one of the most complicated... Ace walks away on this convo. Reparations is probably one of the most complicated topics that you can talk about. This is the problem. Is Curio here? Hey, Curio. Let's see, or try to. Yes, exactly. Let me scroll down. Something about to strategic. Okay. All right. So there's a couple of competing positions on this, right? And me personally, welcome, Noah. There is a debt owed, right? Like let's admit that right out of the gate. This country doesn't exist without slave labor. There's a debt owed there. There is. Now, how do you go about rectifying that debt without unduly penalizing the current generation, who may be the beneficiaries of, but not those that actually performed the criminal act? And in a system of criminal justice and restitution, there is a distinction between those two. And so there needs to be a separation of the discussion of past and present and responsibility. And what is the reparation sought? How do you address that? What is the restitution that's being asked for? Like I said, this is probably one of the most complicated topics that you can actually talk about. We could dismantle capitalism far easier than we could address restitution in modern America. It's, and Larry Weird brings up a solid point, and Sue would bring up this same point. Before there were black chattel slaves brought here by European settlers, there was a whole other people who we need to talk about restitution for. So then there's this sort of semi-valid argument about, aren't a lot of countries founded and settled in this very same way? To what degree do we go about how to what extent do we go rectifying those past mistakes of human beings? How do we address it? So, and again, I don't really get a whole lot of say in this matter. But that's the thing, Dem Coconuts, who gets to say what the restitution is? Like, if there is restitution, legal restitution paid out, if there are reparations paid, in what form do they come? Do they come in the form of a government check? Do they come in the form of land? Because I know Wounded Knee, that they don't want money. They want their fucking land. They don't want the $1 billion that's been set aside for them. They want their fucking land back. So, what are the actual asks? And again, in no way, shape, or form am I qualified or in a position to even begin to scrape or broach this subject. I can't act as representation for the Black community, for the Native American community, for all those that were oppressed and utilized and stood upon to found this nation. But there is a legitimate conversation to be had there. And to deny it is to deny your own history and to deny your current privilege. That, you're standing on the shoulders of Native Americans and slaves. So, be an adult and have the conversation at least. Don't be like Jalit and just scream, I don't pay shit. Infrastructure, Curio, I just want some land and a horse, maybe a pack of smokes, coupons to Sizzlers, couple honorary degrees, not much. 0.5 of the wealth of of a country your ancestors built for free. That's one of the most obvious reasons to spend some money to remedy the problem. A cat just wants a robo dick. And no one's talking about it. So many people I talk to are against it, including several Jews. Says Dumb Coconuts. Giants also stand on our shoulders, me Trey. Fucking truth, baby, truth. Ramsey, honestly, I would be for reparations everywhere, in the Netherlands too. The amount is a difficult thing to discuss, but giving people land or money is something I'm generally in favor of, and that it is difficult doesn't mean that we shouldn't think about it. But I'm also in favor of doing things like UBI. Battle, helping those in poverty is a duty the government already has to its citizens. No need to bring reparations into question. Well, Battle, they're doing a really shit job of that, at least in the U.S. So maybe they could fix that. How would they figure out? See, that's the thing, boss. This is a very complicated topic. Like, reforming the entire economy is an easier discussion than reparations in a modern context. Literally, I believe that 100%. Oh, Jaleet's gone, everybody. Everybody say bye to Jaleet. Cat. I mean, what debate? Yeah, exactly, boss. Oh, didn't mean to click that. They figure out more complicated things. I'm sure they could do reparations. I'm with you. I'm just saying it's going to be, this isn't going to the moon, right? Moon is a scientific endeavor. This involves morality. This involves legality. This involves philosophy. This involves economics. This is a whole other ball of fucking wax here. Like, yeah. Oh, if he's in Discord, he should be fucking removed. Mods, how do we feel? If you get a ban on Twitch, you should get a ban on Discord, right? Am I getting thumbs up, thumbs down on this one from mods? Oh, seeing as they're the ones who ban people. Fine. Open vote. Oh, shit. Here we go. Hang on. I don't ever get to use this function. Good point. Good point, Jack. Oh, no, wrong button entirely. Fuck, that's not what I meant to do. New poll. On. Okay. Everybody get your votes in. There's now a poll in poll in chat. Nope, we're leaving it to the proletariat on this one. Hyena. We're leaving it to the proletariat. And this is going to be policy. So get your votes in if you want to vote. It's a horse race. It's 50-50. It should be in your app in the chat section to some degree or another. I'm abstaining in the vote, I will vote for you if you can't, Rob. I'm guessing Rob is a... Vote's closed. Yep. People have spoken. It's a little too late for him to call in. Yep, sorry. It's not how it's gonna work, Kat. You just pulled him into voice chat unfortunately. I love that Discord uses an actual like Thor meme, Banhammer. It's fucking hilarious. There we go. Job done. What's up with my slow ass counting state? We're going into so here's the deal. It was... Hey, thanks for the follow, Hyena. I watched a video on this earlier today. Hang on, let me recall the details. It's been a long fucking deal. What was our difference? Oh, we made a change to... hey, thank you for the follow. We made a change to how we accept ballots. We will accept a ballot that arrives 7 days after the election, right? Because we knew the USPS was going to be fucked with, Nevada made a whole bunch of changes on the fly. And, no, Nevada. So basically what happened is, one, we sent a mail-in ballot to every registered voter automatically. No sign-up necessary. Two, we made a change that any ballots that were postmarked by Election Day could be received past Election Day, right? It wasn't like, oh, if it's not there in 3 days, it doesn't count. No, we keep counting. So we made a couple of changes to ensure that there was more fair and equitable voting in our state. And might I say, we made those changes on the fly, and we got it through our legislation in the middle of COVID. I don't like this state, but we're efficient. Let's just put it that way. If there's one thing Nevada's good at, is getting some shit done when we want to get it done. And that was one of the things that we wanted to get done. So yeah, that's the reason Nevada is going to be a very slow count, because we will accept mail-in ballots a week after the election. So you're going to have to wait 7 days for a final Nevada tally. Now, we know mail-in ballots favor Biden, so there you go. Can you go down there? It would be up. It would be up. That happens north of me. I love Vegas so much. I don't, but I live here. I don't get a Vegas trip. The side of Vegas that you get to experience, no local ever gets to experience. So, but yeah, I don't think I can speed them up. And Hyena, it is messed up. Our entire system is broken. It's like understanding Art Bell lived in Nevada. Yes, Art Bell did live in Nevada. And George Knapp. If you're into Art Bell, you probably know the name George Knapp as well. He's a local Las Vegas legend. Yeah. So, let's see, what do we got? We use the same hair dye. Art Bell was my dad. Used, fair enough. The goal should be helping those in poverty, not to spend energy on trying or failing to level society. Start years ago. Yeah, he passed. Yeah, I forget who's in charge of that shit now. But he's no Art Bell. Of course Kirio knows who George Knapp is. Of course he does. Yes, and for those of you, Bob Lazar for president. And for those of you who haven't heard the fucking Nevada brag of today, those of you who are beginning it, here at the beginning have heard this 2 times now, and I apologize. But for those of you who are new for this stream or new to the channel entirely, welcome. Nevada secured same-sex marriage rights for the entire country. There's not going to be a Supreme Court reversal of decision that can undo it at this point. The Interstate Compact Agreement that exists between states in America constitutionally requires that other states recognize the marriage that from any other state, right? You get married in Vermont, Tennessee has to recognize your marriage. Well, yesterday, Nevada constitutionally enshrined same-sex marriage. It is constitutional law in the state of Nevada that same-sex marriage is legal recognized same-sex marriage is legal recognized marriage. So if your state manages to take it to the Supreme Court and get that decision overturned, and your state decides that gay marriage is illegal, you come to Nevada, you get married legally here, you get your marriage license, you go home to your state, and they have to legally recognize your marriage. It's it's constitutional law and well established. So we just sort of took care of that one for you. And Oregon, hey, shalom, FFF. And Oregon is working on the hard drug on wars front. So progress was made yesterday, despite the whole federal bullshit. Yes, it is a huge industry for us, Hyena. It is a huge industry here. Yeah. Getting married in Las Vegas is a big moneymaker for us. We also our divorce industry is huge as well. I wonder. You can file for divorce online here. Like you literally, it's just like going to a fucking website and buying something. You just go to a fucking state register, you put in the information, you pay a fee, and bam, you can get a divorce online. Yeah. Nevada is one of the easiest states to get married and divorced in. Yeah. It's an industry for us. So those hurdles that people have to clear in other states, we're not big fans of those. It's fucking hilarious. Okay. One of my sanctity of marriage. Yeah, we don't believe in that. We believe it's a moneymaker. Okay, I'm just taking care of one of my oldest, most valued members, truly. He can't get Twitch working, so I'm just gonna help him out with some stuff. Good. Sanctity of Dala, exactly. Hey there, Jay. We are, I don't know, how far, what's my uptime, guys? We are a ways in at this point. 2 hours and 16 minutes. I don't think I'm going to do a 4 or 5 hour stream tonight, but we shall see. Rob, please, for the love of God, Nevada, just turn full blue so I can sleep happily. Yeah, we are a purple state. That is the nature of Nevada at this point. Let's see. What do we got? Catching up with chat here. Catching up. I just found out Epic Rap Battles of History is making a Trump v. Biden video, and my soul died a little bit more. Oh Jesus. Smoke perp. That we do. We have. Yeah, sanctity of marriage sounds like sacred slavery. Yeah, not a fan of. I'm not a fan of marriage. I have talked about that point before about how, are you in favor of gay marriage? No, I'm not. I'm not in favor of marriage at all. I think it's stupid. I legitimately feel that from it. I use an old Doug Stanhope routine just to emphasize this point. It's, hey baby, what you and I got here, what we got going on is so strong. We got to get the government in on this shit. Are you serious? It's a stupid idea. The government should only treat you as a legal individual your entire life. If you want tax breaks, incorporate or something. Marriage is a bullshit idea to start with. Fuck the government. Yeah, I'm okay with that, FFF. Bleep Blop Ben. Hey, Ben, I'm supposed to submit people have been encouraging me to submit some essays to your website, The People's Herald. So you may see some stuff from me. I got a couple that I think are worth spreading around. So you may see some more from me. Rip Stanhope's liver. Dude, his liver is fucked. Yeah. Yeah, it's dead for sure. Rob, sleep well. I hope you deal with the anxiety to a certain extent. You have a great night, my man. Shit. Going to it, cat. Let's throw that on screen. But if we don't win, I hope Trump uses the next few months to make them absolutely suffer. Be everything they claimed he was. Make it rain pain. Oh, Jesus Christ. Pardon Julian Assange. Julian Assange. Some lit pardons on the way, you'd think. Hopefully Clarence Thomas would resign and he fills the seat before he leaves. Holy shit. What a peculiar thing to say. Scorched earth. Abso-fucking-lutely. Me Too, be the tyrant they wanted him to be, pull all funding for cities, dismantle the Department of Education, abolish the EPA, all of it, any dissenters get prison, declare a state of siege, suspend the Constitution, nullify the election, levy his base and deputize them as militia, turn them loose on the left. I'm okay with this. No buts here, be serious. Jesus Christ. Well, that was a thing. That was a thing. We just experienced that together. Hey, Paper Lane Boy. Because Kentucky is Kentucky. That's the only reason I have for you on that one. What does my ideal society look like? Curio is a Kentuckian by birth, folks. He speaks from experience when he says that. Kentucky will never vote Mitch out. It's just the truth. Even after he dies. FFF, if you don't mind my asking, what does your ideal society look like? Egalitarian, non-hierarchical, consensus decision-making, federated workers' unions, a moderation or elimination of capitalism entirely, potentially a migration to, I could be talked into market socialism. We could go full-blown communism, but you definitely have to do anarcho-communism because communism has its own flaws and foibles, and there will inevitably be somebody who attempts to rise to power. So you need anarchism to moderate that tendency. I want outside of ideological labels, resource equality, access, equitable and equal access to all of the resources and elements in society that not only allows a person to survive but thrive. I think that basically sums it up. Is it a utopia? No. There will still be people who act out. Will there be, pain and suffering still? Yes, of course. We're human beings. We suffer through pain all the time. But we can at least do something to mitigate some of that. And I think what I just said would, go about that to some extent or another. So like education and healthcare, housing, food, water, education, clothing, healthcare. All of these things would fall under resources that are necessary to allow someone to not only survive, but thrive in a society. So they should all be taken care of, and there should be equal and equitable access to them. And so FFF, I hope that. Okay, so here's another link from Kat. Jesus Christ, I'm getting more more notifications. So everybody knows my Twitter is mainly used for notifications. Discord and the Discord server is used for a whole lot more. But Discord and Twitter I use for a simultaneous notification blast for when I go live on Twitch, just in case. Oh shit, this is gonna be insane. This is gonna be fun. Pulling it up, Kat.
Strike and strike and strike and strike and strike and.
So everybody knows this is the presidential spiritual advisor, Paula White, who's a bag of crazy unto herself, leading an impassioned prayer service in an effort to secure Trump's re-election. Thoughts and prayers.
Strike and strike and strike and strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory.
I love the dude who's just pacing back and forth behind her reading something.
For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo.
We're speaking in tongues.
For angels have even been dispatched from
Put
Africa right
now.
Africa right now. From Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus. From South America. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming
Thanks,
here.
Kat.
They're coming here. From Africa. From
I agree, Jack. She's got rhythm. I agree. But this is fucking brilliant.
South America, angelic forces, angelic reinforcement, angelic reinforcement, angelic reinforcement. Fika hata anda ata ora bata rata anda eke manda rasata. For I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory.
All right, hang on. We can do this. We can do this. Give me 1 sec. Nope, it's got vocals. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try and find a beat without vocals. There we go.
I hear the abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda aka ata Raka deda baka sanda ata ambo osa tata rite eke banda ata rike didi ashata. For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus, from South America. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. From Africa. From South America. Angelic forces. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Fika hata.
Oh, she is fucking insane. I love it. Larry, glad I met you as well. Have fun. Yes, she is. Paula White is most assuredly annoying. But she's also funny as fuck. So what happened there? Wine moms, meth moms, Karen Conda, Curio, please delete this from the internet. Who the fuck does this bitch think she is, thinking she could steal our angels? You could just have a marriage party just to make him wait, hyena. I missed some shit. All right, I don't know. I'm not scrolling back that far. Sorry. Do I need to go to the courthouse? Spraying angels all over this bitch. Glad yep. Okay. This is everything I hope for from a Trump loss. Cat. Coming from South America today, says FFF. Yeah, 3 hours later, build that wall. All right. Let's check in with Unicorn Riot. See if it. Looks like the police are there now. Like doing the whole
Up our Twitter feed.
wall of police
I did see that
thing.
earlier. UR_ninja is our Twitter. We post a lot of media on there. If you're following us on Facebook,
Looks like that's National Guard and
if you don't
police.
have an account on Twitter, at least just follow our Twitter feed.
And this is
UR_ninja.
Minneapolis
We do
that we're
post a
looking
lot.
at.
Yeah, something I didn't bring up last when I was just talking about Kroll, which is a tweet that we had.
Just arrested
Kroll.
somebody. Principal arrest.
He appeared at a Trump rally in 2019, last year in October. Trump came on a campaign rally to Minneapolis, and he appeared, and he was wearing a Cops for Trump shirt, and so that was a significant thing. We do have an article about that. Basically, that led to the police
It
department.
looks like
enacting,
they've
I think, a law
shut down a highway, a freeway of some sort.
against the police, or like a procedure to not.
Well, we're just checking in on your
Wear
Unicorn Riot
uniforms
live feed
when
temporarily, Mimic.
publicly, speaking about politics. I believe that was the case, and that hasn't been followed, from my understanding.
Right here. Right
You're
now.
good. I'm
There's a
zoomed in.
classic song.
Thank you.
Good on him.
Nice press. Wasn't trying to get in my way. Up there is people that I've gathered at outside of the residential apartment building up here, and the police have formed a line, and I'm not sure what's happening. Some people have signs, and it looks like they're in a standoff with the police a little bit.
Cool. We'll check back in a bit. It's election related. There's a lot of overlap. The Venn diagram on that one is going to be significant overlap. Oh God, what did Vosh do? Oh, Vosh taking a piss, but it's actually JoJo. All right, back to that mode. Oh, let's drop that. Drop that. MTL. EJ, I don't know if you're in Twitch right now. like your Discord account, you know, because people's Discord account isn't necessarily the same name as their Twitch account. But welcome and howdy up to Montreal, I believe MTL is, right? But either way, hello. Oh, EJ the hyena. Sorry. All right, there we go. All right. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, a majority of libertarians would vote Trump for from the ones I met. So in a way, it's good that they voted Joe Jorgensen. Yeah, you can ask questions. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the problems with first past the poll priority voting, right? Like this is the one of the fundamental problems is third party spoilers. So, I mean, without those third party spoiler candidates, without the spoiler effect, you could have a more equitable voting system. But you know, who wants to have that conversation, right? I mean, personally, I would go with approval voting, but that's just me. I'm a fan of math and logic, but we could continue doing what we're doing. How do you base capitalism being more negative than positive on the scales on? We need to bolster the Libertarian Party. How? The amount of resource human exploitation, the amount of misallocation of resources on a global scale, the amount of pain and suffering that it directly is contributory to due to the misallocation of those resources. The fact that you have people in a society that are literally starving to death, that there are children who are going hungry, the fact that people are having to ration insulin at the same time that you have people who own mega yachts. This is an inherent trait of capitalism. The inequality is a built-in feature. It's not an aberration. Capitalism is inherently authoritarian. It is inherently hierarchical, and it is inherently exploitative. And so, in an era where that is occurring more so than any other previous era, you have to start to have a discussion about whether the good is outweighing the bad, and it's not anymore. The good is mediocre at best. The gains that the average working class individual is making from capitalism at the current juncture in Western societies is not as great as the harm that's being done for the maintenance of those gains. And so it's that sort of economic and moral and / ethical justification that I use for that criticism. Yes, work with the sock dems, hyena. Work with the sock dems. It's a transitionary step. It's a transitory step. You got to move them past it. Work with them, but drag them with you. Oh, cool. Let's go back to it.
Again, during the I-94 shutdown, it sort of turned into a riot. 2016, during the Philando Castile sort of uprising, 23 days outside of the governor's the median was.
Oh, come on, don't.
Quite a historic 2020 here in Minneapolis.
I've got a little back buffer on this, so we'll see if we can't catch the beginning of it. This is a thing I've been hammering for ages. We need to bring back protest songs. We need to bring back protest songs. We need fucking protest songs. Cool, coconuts, thanks. Yes, I have. Multiple times. I was an organizer for Occupy, and I went out for the first one of the George Floyd. Depends what you think, but generally speaking, no. If you want my form of praxis on this channel, Spooky, read that and then feel if you're comfortable asking whatever you want to ask.
Mentor in Greece said that prime minister is about to put the country on another lockdown. Their lockdowns are not like our stay-at-home orders. Coronavirus is running rampant through Europe, running rampant through America, and we have a lot of police officers out here that have not wore masks, and they do not wear masks. Oh shit! The police have now pushed the people in the back there. Sorry, I can't get you a better vantage point. Again, this is the tactics of the police. Looks like there's a standoff now. The police are using their bikes. Oh, there's pepper spray. They just pepper sprayed everybody. So the police are pepper spraying all the people that are up there. They just sprayed multiple times.
And caps aren't a thing. They don't exist. Anarchism and capitalism are inherently antithetical. Anarchism is about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and a challenging of authority mechanisms. Capitalism is inherently hierarchical and inherently authoritarian and exploitative. It violates the non-aggression principle, and it violates everything anarchism stands for. Anarcho-capitalists have just attempted to co-opt an anarchistic philosophy, but in fact what they are is libertarians. They are not anarchists. There we go. If you want to bring any actual ideology to bear other than not true, feel free.
And this is that's a residential apartment up out there. Police are pushing people back off it. How you doing? Good. Y'all want to talk at all?
Yeah, I'll talk.
You want to be on film at all? You okay with being on film?
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
cool. So yeah, what's it like being out here? You've been out here for now 2 hours. People weren't allowed to leave. How are you feeling?
Jesus.
You know what? A part of me is tired of this shit, but a part of me is like, okay, well, whatever I gotta do to help the cause, you know? I think it's absolutely dumb that they have us out here when they want us off the freeway. Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah. And then,
Interesting. So that's the turn it's taken. Basically, the police have got them kettled, and they won't let them leave. But they're bothered by the fact that they're blocking the freeway. But they won't let them leave. Yeah, this sounds about right. Sounds about right.
I heard that State Patrol left, and I don't know if the National Guard is still here. But if they're not, like, MPD's dumb as fuck.
A
like,
shit ton,
right
Austrian. A shit
dumb
ton
as
is
fuck.
wrong with capitalism.
And especially, we're using our First Amendment right. Like, who the fuck do they think they are, right? Like, who the fuck? The fuck?
All right, Coconuts. Whoever's keeping an eye on the Unicorn Riot feed, I think it's Coconuts. Feel free to continue doing that, or give me an update if something snaps off and when it happens. Thank you very much. That was useful. Cool. Thanks, Mama. Hey, Axel. My neuropathy's fucking miserable. My hands and feet are just killing me. Physically, I am a mess. The stream is good, though. The channel's growing. The praxis is doing well. I'm comfortable with that sort of stuff. Hey, Goran. Yeah, I don't. Oh, fucking yeah. Goran, I don't understand that. I don't understand how using your First Amendment privileges or rights, so-called rights, privileges, your First Amendment is contradictory to voting for Biden. I don't understand how you're coming from that position. There's no such thing as pure capitalism in the world. And you know you're arguing in bad faith when you try and bring up the mixed market tab. Basically, what you're attempting to do is say, oh well, you know there are mediating factors since there is regulation involved in the market, therefore it is mixed market. The fundamental qualms that people have are with the fundamental traits of capitalism that are inherent throughout all of the mixed market and forms of capitalistic systems. And so your attempt to dodge that by saying it's a mixed market is in fact a bad faith argument. You know full well what you're doing, especially with a name like Austrian School, I believe is a reference. So we'll leave that there. Under the Obama administration, the Second Amendment grew, and under the Trump administration, it was restricted. Goran. So the left tends to be the ones who limit your rights, hate speech, Second Amendment, etc. In fact, gun regulations happen more often under Republican presidencies than they happen under Democratic presidencies, including the last one who was going to steal all the guns. So there you go. FFF, why should society provide you with valuable things if you don't provide it value? Because I hope you're not a sadistic sociopath, right? Like that's the characterization that you're attempting to bring to society. Is you're saying, hey, let's all be brutalistic, sadistic sociopaths. That's the society that you're attempting to construct in that hypothetical. It's nebulous and tenuous. All things are subjective, Austrian. Didn't you hear? Subjectivism won. Objectivism died. We live in a post-fact world. Everything's subjective now. See, that's the position I would argue from Mimic. But again, if you're dehumanized or if you are prone to dehumanization, then that isn't a valid argument. Premarital handholder. Exactly. Oh, so let's see. That's all just interview. Let me just speed it up. That way I'm caught up. You're taking others' labor in exchange for nothing. That just doesn't make sense. They're working for you, but you aren't working for them. Selling labor within a labor market is a drastically one-sided proposition in today's labor markets. There's a reason that most economists like to maintain an average of 3% unemployment. They want the labor market stacked so that you are always competing against other laborers. That way, the supply side of the labor market has the final say. It's stacked against the workers at a literal base economic level. Has been that way for quite some time. Yeah, I'm good. That's why if you're going to try and implement something victorious like did you ask a question? Where's your fucking answer? Where's your question? Jesus Christ. Holy shit, bro. That's fucking... I had to scroll so far up for that. Firstly, when it comes to misallocation, it depends on vital and non-vital. Vital resources can be controlled for the government as far as necessary. Beyond that, vital and non-vital resources should be left to the free market. The free market isn't free. Let's get that out there right now. The free market isn't free. It's been captured by wealthy interests ages ago. It is unduly influenced by those wealthy interests. Now, how do you define necessary goods? Because I would define ghost, black market is free. In high-level economics, black market and free market is actually used interchangeably in some texts. That is spot on from an economist's point of view. How do you define necessity? Because our current system isn't covering the necessities at all, and our government isn't regulating it to a degree that is effective. At all. Not even close. People die without access to healthcare all the time. People die from not having access to clean water in this country. All right? That's a thing. You think Flint, Michigan is the only one suffering from that problem? People die from heart disease because they don't have access to clean food, because all we've done is stock our country with bullshit fast food. And we have very few healthful, cheap, inexpensive options for people. There's homeless people. We have an abundance of homes. I mean, we're just fucked on all of these fronts. We're not handling it at all. And so I would argue that necessities are greater than just things that allow you to live to tomorrow. That's not a necessity. I mean, that's the bare minimum. Bare minimum. The things that are necessary for human life are far more expansive than just food and water. Look at the reason people commit suicide. I mean, there are things that span far beyond just food and water as far as necessities of life. And we're not even close to meeting those needs. Victorious, your analysis of capitalism is fair and accurate, historically and contemporarily. Ghost with bruh, my school had lead pipes. Yeah. There is an estimate of 3,000 other municipalities in this country that had similar problems to that of Flint, Michigan. We're fucked. This is, I mean, people, we're not even close to doing this job correctly. And it's like, how you defend this shit. It's like, oh, it's functioning great. No, it's not. It's not doing basically anything we set it up to do at this point. It's like a car with one wheel at this point. You're like, oh, it's fucking driving great. No, we're on the rims. We're dragging this shit down the highway, and there's sparks flying up behind us, and we're going to catch the gas tank on fire soon. No, I don't. I haven't formally debated since I left speech and debate and contemporary issues Austrian. And I don't do online debate bro shows because that's not. I'm here as a form of praxis, right? Not to engage in someone else's form of praxis. Yeah, exactly. Things were never invented before capitalism, bros. FFF. Here's your argument against that. We made more progress under under constitutional monarchism than we did under feudalism. Did we stop at constitutional monarchism, or did we keep going? We kept going. This is the point. You made progress under capitalism too, but there's things beyond capitalism as well. So to halt progress just because progress was made is one of the most antithetical concepts to progressivism that there can be. Oh, I gained an inch. Game over. I'm stopping. No, go for 2 inches. Go for 3. Go for a foot. Go to the fucking moon and back. Just because capitalism made progress doesn't mean there isn't anything that comes after capitalism. Because there were things that came before it. There's lots of things that came before it. Glad I could help, FFF. I gotta scroll up. Yes, that was, yeah, exactly. The Austrian school is a reference to economists, not to a nationality. Though the Chicago school has done far more damage, in my opinion. Well, that's when we have to, Hyena, that's why we have to have we have to sit down and have, oh, David Foster Wallace. Oh, Mitre. You know I'm a sucker for David Foster Wallace. Oh, Jesus Christ. Everybody listen, save that link that Mitre just posted and listen to it if you haven't before. Not surprising he killed himself either, quite frankly, if you listen to him. There's a finite amount of elements and geometrical figures that don't have infinity in them, so anything is possible. It's just waiting to be invented. Yeah. Geometrical figures. Just like when the world gets a vaccine and it only kills 6.6% of the people, and the people who made it say, well, at least we saved 90% of the world, 94% of the world. That is one of the most bad faith arguments I've encountered today. To use an anti-vaxxer's argument as an anti-progressivism argument, as a foundation for an anti-progressivism argument. That's a whole fucking thing. And Hyena, yeah, the adults just have to sit down. We got to get some of the smartest people in the room together. We the people have to have the willpower to encourage the smartest people in the room to get together, have a sit down, and actually hammer some of this shit out. We have to join in the salons, in the pubs, and I use salon as an old-timey version of salon, not the hair salon. We have to join in the salons and in the pubs and, the bars and on the street corners and start having conversations about these things and actually talk to each other about it. Yeah. Let's see. Zealot. Oh my God. I just got your comment, Zealot, about the 2 letters. Yeah, exactly. Premarital. Exactly. Oh, Victorious, you're a conspiracy theorist. Oh, I see. I got it. I understand now. All right. Mimic, David Foster Wallace killed himself many years ago now. You cannot abandon battle. You cannot abandon capitalism, but you have to bolt it to the ground with regulation. And that's just a stopgap. You're still going to see the ever-creeping hand of capitalism encroaching upon freedoms and values and rights and necessities of human beings. But you could take a Nordic country approach and slam it to the fucking ground with regulations. And you can still eke out a profit, no problem, but you can still have a semi-humane social safety net while still indulging in capitalism. But it's only a stopgap method. It's not going to get you over the next hurdle. It's not addressed to me. Lost my job in March at the start of the pandemic. I worked in hospitality, which I imagine Nevada has lots of. So I'm like 90% sure I'll die in a ditch as the next lost generation. Hyena, sorry to hear that. And yes, the casinos are largely shut down here. It's a fucking ghost town in certain parts of the city right now. It's kind of creepy. Hyena, I agree with that. Twitch being the modern bar salon sort of thing. It definitely serves as a stopgap one in the modern era. Yes, I 100%. FFF, but with communism, there doesn't seem like there's much incentive to work, meaning there's less development of products. Do you enjoy the internet? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the vast majority of technologies that actually run the internet are open source, GNU, MIT, licensed products, right? These are products that were developed on somebody else's dime for the good of humanity. They are collaborative at a global scale, and people put time, energy, blood, sweat, and tears into these products. And you are free to use them. You are free to commercialize them. You are free to remix them and utilize them in any way, shape, or form that you want, right? This is the foundation of internet technologies. So much of it is MIT or GNU open source licensing sets. Yes, like Linux, Gray. Which I've met Linus a couple of times, actually, in conventions back in the day. Well, that's Gran. How do you define doing anything to execute it? Wait, hang on. Let me blink here. Yeah, and vast majority of things like hormones in the chicken were never allowed in the first place. So, blah, blah, blah. Let me catch up with a few things here. Oh, good idea, Christina. Good idea. Oh. Jesus Christ. I've been sitting too fucking long. Definitely. Yeah, I definitely needed to move around a little bit. All right. What do we got? Read. Whatever. Yeah, actually, it's the scent gland. It's an isolated chemical out of the scent gland from a beaver's anus. Yes, saw it. Battle, I take issue with your analogy. It's not that we don't have a road, it's that we've paved the road with human beings. You insist on driving a car, but the car drives over your fellow humans instead of an actual road. That's the problem with capitalism, is the exploitative, unethical, immoral nature and the fact that it takes advantage of that to expand itself. That's the issue. except it's not voluntary. It's not. Living in poverty is a form of coercion. It is. Not having complete access to healthcare, not having access to a variety of foods, not having access to education. This is not voluntary. This is coercion. I love that quip from fucking libertarians and capitalists all the time. Well, it's voluntary. No, it's not. That doesn't meet any legal definition of voluntary. To inflict pain and suffering as an option is not an option. That's coercion. Antichrist tech support. Hey, what's up, man? Just astounding. What are we up to? What's our uptime? Oh, what do we got going on over here? Zealot, I just saw what you posted. Nice. Three. Cool. Yeah, I think I may put it on Streamcat. I think I may go for it. Ah, fucking volume. All right. Look. Twitter, I hate your fucking media player. Oh, wow. Disturbing. You actually have, like, you have a primary username. It's rare that you find a primary username. This is NYPD, I believe. Yeah, it's NYPD. So Mitre, NYPD is being NYPD as usual. That's my... You can see from here... Basically, the bike cop is using his bicycle to force protesters back. He's using it as an ad hoc battering ram of sorts. Now, this escalates the conflict. So as this person backs up, you can start to see. And then, so the guy that was involved took a swing. And then all hell broke loose. And you can see them dragging this individual into the street. And then you can see them dogpile him. So, there's that. Here you go, Austrian. I'll let Reddit handle that. You want to deal with the economic calculation problem, or you want a TikTok video to bring up the Mises economic calculation problem, seeing as that's one of his things. What did I miss while I was at it? Yeah, he's coming right for us, South Park. Dude, one of the best episodes ever. He's coming right for us. Although, let's see. Towley, coming right for us. I like the Scooby-Doo episode with Korn. Because Mecha Streisand is fucking hilarious. The Super Friends, Jesus and Muhammad shtick is goddamn brilliant as well. Yeah, there's a few really good South Park episodes from back in the day. Your friendly daily reminder that ACAB, security forces, are not your friend. They do not exist to secure your life, but to secure the lifestyle of the 1%. Yeah, that's direct in reference to. Although I may have to pull that because of fucking idiots. Permitted terms and phrases, and then I'm going to delete it again. Yeah, that's going to be a case-by-case basis on that one. Hut. Well, there's artificial scarcity. Do you agree there's artificial scarcity under the current system? And that a reallocation of resources could rectify that situation? In which case, a Star Trek abundance is achievable. We've already achieved it. We just have a system that is so poor at allocating resources because it relies upon utilizing a set of inbuilt human impulses such as greed and selfishness that it's unachievable to manage resources successfully. Because we already know there's artificial scarcity built into our system. Happens all the time. I mean, one of the classic examples was India burning thousands of tons of grain, letting it rot and then burning it because of market prices. Having oil tankers sit offshore for weeks and months on end because the prices don't line up to what they want them to. Yeah, or a classic example, FFF diamonds. Completely worthless. I mean, we've built in artificial scarcity into this system. So your Star Trek abundance solution is already an achievable thing. But as you pointed out, we don't have it because the current system misallocates resources intentionally. We're literally talking about politics and economics, Hut. It's just nobody cares about the fucking election, really. It's an anarchist stream, right? Like, Joe Biden's a neoliberal fuckhead. Trump's a fascist, so don't get me wrong. We don't want him to win either. But it's also tempered with a touch of, like, okay, but now the left has a bunch of praxis to do in order to move the Overton window closer to the center, in order to big tent the left side, and maybe make some progressive headways. So yeah, no, this is literally what we do. We talk about politics, economics, religion, any third rail topics that gets people really worked up. That would have been funny, actually, FFF, if everybody voted Joe Jorgensen. Like, just nobody saw it coming. Nobody saw it coming. Everybody went into the polls and they're like, yeah, fuck this. That would have been amazing. The world would be shocked. Be like, what the fuck? Yeah, just some weird collective exercise. It would have been amazing. Yeah. Gonna go see that friend who wants the country to collapse is doing right now. Mimic, bring back stories, Mimic. Bring back stories. That's all I have to say. Good luck. Oh, let me bring that back up. Oh, Jay's still in there. I see you, Jay. I know you don't speak on air. I see you. What do we got? Well, are you familiar with the Star Trek lore, Battle? Do you know about the wars that happened? Do you know about the fall of capitalism within the Star Trek universe? Like, I mean, that's the thing is, you know? Anarchist tech support. Well, then you know how that came to be if you're a Trekkie. It wasn't a clean transition. You should be more than aware that the analogy isn't holding up. Like, you may have to forcefully confiscate some capital. Like, to dismantle capitalism? Yeah, you might have to. Nanny, welcome and thank you. Axel, there's an argument to be made that actually the highest form of currency in the Star Trek universe is novelty. I have seen it successfully argued before that essentially the thing that they value the most within the Star Trek universe of lore universe is new things, new species, new knowledge, new technology, new planets, newness. Novelty is the thing that they value the highest. So the gold standard for the Star Trek universe is actually new stuff. Yes, exploration. That I've seen it well argued and successfully argued before that novelty is the highest form of currency in the Star Trek universe. Yeah. Hyena, I agree with that. I will correct that statement within the Federation, which is the primary focus of the Star Trek universe, but I concede that point, Battle, that I misspoke and it should be restated to be the Federation. No, you don't have to have full control of a government to be a fascist. That's not how fascism works. I don't know why that fucking page just flashed fucking white at me like that. The same way that you can be an anarchist without having fully dismantled hierarchies. It's an ideology first. First, it's an ideology. That's all things start in thought, right? Fascism is a thought first. Then it is a practice. Okay? So ideology comes first, practice comes second. That's how. That's the explanation of how fascism can be had without having full control of the government. Kirk's dick was in high demand. Supply, and the supply side of that, Christina, is highly limited. There's a finite supply of that. So there is, definitely some market calculations to be done there. Let me allow that. Hyena. Sorry, you got pulled for shill and whore. No, zealot. That's racism, not fascism. Do you believe in anti-liberalism, anti-communism, anti-conservatism? Do you believe in nationalistic dictatorship to regulate economic structure? Say unilateral decisions to enact a trade war. I mean, there's fascistic style, there's fascistic goals, there's fascistic negotiations. I mean, these are standard definitions even. Like, I mean, Roger Griffin, Lukács, Stanley, Payne. I mean, there's a whole host of very influential scholars on this matter. And fundamentally, everyone, I mean, this is philosophy 101 territory. That if one ascribes to and holds an ideology, whether they fully enacted that ideology or not, they can be identified by that ideology. This is just base level. Austrian. I'm more of a consensus decision-making kind of guy. I understand. I think I understand where you're coming from, especially from like a Socratic approach of your hate for democracy. I understand that. I am more of a consensus decision-making sort of fellow, though. But I mean, if we're going to have democracy, we need to fix the voting. I mean, at bare minimum, we need like approval voting or something like that. But I understand your distrust or dislike for democracy, at least from a, like I said, a Socratic position. There is an argument to be made for vanguardism in certain realms and levels. I don't even remember what you were, what you asked. As for freedom in this world of government-controlled economy, it's not really a fully formed question, Battle. And that's the thing, is if it's my version, it's an anarcho version, right? This is delegated, federated, localized sets of direct democracy or consensus decision-making groups, right? The individual sovereignty is the fundamental unit of an anarchistic society. So even if you set up a federated control, if you used a federated group of individuals in order to set up a managed economy of some sort, it would still be beholden to the individual sovereigns. This is fundamental to anarchism. So as for freedom, it would be greater than as it stands now. My friend's just sending pictures of his tank designs without saying anything. I think he's pissed. Dude, Mimic, you need to keep us updated on this. You need to keep us updated on this shit. Oh, that's amazing. Hang on. I'm just keeping up on certain things over here on my other feed as well. Okay. So anyway, I'm back. And if people refuse to pay taxes, in an anarchistic society, taxes are viewed as a form of coercion. There you go. Do you have a high time preference? Do you mean like time discounting, that sort of thing? Are you still speaking? I mean, Austrian school. I'm assuming you're speaking in economic terms. And if so, I am not schooled enough in that particular realm to have a high time preference. If we are talking like temporal discounting and stuff like that. I would defer probably to a former professor, or, you know, at least give me a week of study and I could get back to you on that sort of thing. What do we got going on here? Oh, good fucking tankies. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. What are we bouncing back and forth about? Oh, I think I found the origin. Wait, hang on. Oh, we've covered this extensively. It's pointless. At least on the North American continent, it's pointless. And shout out to Lost Sioux, my brother. Turtle Island is what this shit's actually called. But no, I'm with Marx. I'm with the Second Amendment on this one. The far right and the far left agree on gun control, as in no, fuck off. There's no way to ensure that the proletariat is ultimately able to defend themselves from a coercive environment other than arming them. I mean, brass tacks end stage fascism. This is what you have to deal with. So, I mean, Marx said it himself that, you know, any attempt to force the surrender of ammunition and firearms should be frustrated by force if necessary. It's just the way it is. That's just a pragmatic view of reality. Yeah, no, I'm an anarchist, not a liberal. What's considered poor? I think anything that can't, anybody who doesn't have the necessities for a thriving life is considered poor. Good night, Mimic. Good luck. Now, trust me, economists and politicians have a different definition of that. But in my view, if you don't have everything that is necessary for you to thrive in this world, poor. Because those that have that are generally wealthy. So the opposite of that is poor. Glad you did, Austrian. You know, it's rare that somebody with a hardcore economics bent actually comes in. Don't say poor, it's classist. I'd lean into that then. Yeah. Because shying away from the truth and using euphemistic language is a way that the authoritarians use to manipulate the masses. Anarchists are in a greater position to stop capitalism than anyone else, really. This is why you find us at labor movements. This is why you find us with women at the women's suffrage, in the women's suffrage movement. This is why you find us in the civil rights movement. This is why anarchists are generally positioned very, very successfully in and around social movements. We're very good at that. It's something we've always been very good at, because if there's something that's oppressive, Keynesian, Keynes, my thoughts on him could not be summed up in a sufficient sentence or paragraph, Austrian, to satisfy your curiosity on the way out the door. Problems, insights, mixed bag. If I had to really compress that down. But, I mean, human being, right? So, there you go. Oh, we have Spanish being posted. Straight up. Well, I'm not a socialist, so my personal outlook on socialism, Roman, Brody. Let me go with Brody. And Nanny, I don't know if you're speaking Spanish, but I'm assuming you understand English since you've been in here that long. COVID may not understand money or class. It only adheres to those that don't have a group policy, was your comment. It does understand top of the line healthcare, and money buys you access to top of the line healthcare. So in a roundabout way, it understands healthcare, or it understands money. Personal outlook on socialism. Anyway, back to that. I don't really have one. Socialism would be a stop on the train journey, right? I always liken this to if you wanna reform society into a leftist perspective or in a leftist model, right? There's no getting to like anarcho-socialism or communism or anything like this without changing trains at multiple train stations. There is no direct route from here to there. Doesn't work that way. You're going to have to use a series of intermediary steps and reformations at each of those intermediary steps. And so essentially what's my outlook on socialism is if it were to start gaining traction in any significant form or fashion, that people are going to have to reorder their outlook on the world and their personal behavior sets in some very interesting ways. I'm not saying necessarily negative. I'm just saying that they're going to have to start looking at things differently for that to function correctly. So I suppose that sums up my personal outlook on socialism. Scrolling back. Shoulders back, chest out. No, Goran, not a conspiracy theorist. I call it speculative thinking, but it's conspiracy theorism. No, I don't think COVID was a pre-planned event. Yes, thank you, SJW. Yeah. Shoulders back, chest out, stomach in. Yeah, adrenochrome. Exactly, Brody. Earlier in the stream, we had a nice fucking shtick running. Somebody was asking those stupid ass questions, and I was telling them how to join up as an Antifa member and get your Soros bucks check and all that sort of stuff. Is it the Bill Gates video? If it's the Bill Gates video, you're not showing me anything new. Send the link and I'll look at it. God, if this is a Simpson video or something like that. You have to understand, I am humoring you to a degree that most conspiracy theorists don't get. So send the link and we'll look at it. Oh, come on. Send a fucking timestamp. Send a correct one. You can format these, 1440. And who is this person and why are they qualified to speak about anything? Because this is epidemiologist territory.
How our source was feeling when he was hearing this information in this meeting, because this is just the beginning. Now, during the time of this ceasefire, everyone's shocked, everyone's frightened, everyone's really terrified about where this is going to go. There are all kinds of heavy controls over populations everywhere. And then the next thing that happens in this chess game that's being played is that biological weapons are released on China. He heard this being discussed in this meeting. They will release a flu-like virus that will be genetically targeted against the Chinese population. It's racially targeted against the Chinese people.
Well, what happened to that? Because I'm pretty sure blacks and Hispanics have a disproportionate rate of mortality in our society. So did they further genetic engineering, I guess is the explanation.
It's designed to spread like wildfire and to knock out a large number of the Chinese people. And these people in this meeting were laughing about this. They said, China will catch a cold. Those were their words. China will catch a cold. And they were laughing about the fact that these biological weapons will wreak havoc among the Chinese population. And after that, then what effectively will be a kind of plague will actually spread right across the world to the West as well.
But I thought it was genetically targeted to Chinese people.
So it was not clear whether this was a Chinese retaliation or whether the thing would just spread out of control in the way that it would be very understandable if it did, whether it's racially targeted or not. These things actually mutate. So now you've got a situation where there's been a limited nuclear war in the Middle East. There's a pandemic that really is sweeping.
I'm sorry.
There's a pandemic, nuclear war in the Middle East.
Okay, so apparently what was supposed to come prior to this was a nuclear war in the Middle East. Oh, somebody set up a time codes for us as well. I know, some random dude. Here, you want to see him? This is who's talking. Just some rando dude. But we've got to decided not to go to bed. So we've got a time code set here. Basically, apparently there's some David Icke reptilian shit that's supposed to be happening as well somewhere in this timeline. This doesn't even pass a sniff test, let alone empirical veracity. Like, this is, I mean, one, it doesn't carry a genetic predisposition in any of its forms for the Chinese people. There have been numerous biological weapons research facilities and geneticists around the globe that have confirmed this is a naturalistic strain. It doesn't show any of the markers of genetic manipulation or biological manipulation that biological weapons traditionally do. And three, Occam's razor. They're not talking about Corona in 2010. That's what you're doing. You're conflating the two things. You do realize we had pandemics and biological weapons prior to coronavirus, right? You do understand that there were potential pandemics coming out of China prior to coronavirus as well. That this is solid Cold Read and Barnum statement territory. Yeah, when do the Aldebarans show up to reinforce humanity? Is that on the timeline, or did they forget that part of the folklore? Exactly. Well, fuck off with that, Austrian. You know full well. Empirical evidence within hard sciences is a tried and true methodology. Now, you can talk epistemology all you want and the various forms of how one comes to arrive at a knowledge base, but you know full well that your comment about how empiricism is cringe unto itself. Just the worst rank reductionist philosophy I've ever seen encapsulated in 3 words. Like, fuck off. Read a science textbook. Go to bed, Austrian. Go to bed. You need sleep. You're entering a dangerous anti-intellectualism, anti-science vein of thought. Just go to sleep. Astounding. This is why they call economics the dark arts. It's not a real science. It's not real rigorous mathematics. It's a dark art. All right? It's fudgery and philosophy mixed with a smattering of pseudo-mathematics. It doesn't hold up to rigorous scientific investigation more often than not. And so when you meet people who are obsessed with economics, generally you don't find scientific rigor. You find philosophy, which philosophy is the foundation of debating everything. This is why many lawyers have undergrad degrees in philosophy. It's very useful. I'm a Slytherin. I'm all about those dark arts. Not even gonna lie, I did the test. Yeah, we did mine on air one time for random couple show. I was whatever the fucking book nerds are. Hey, saying everything is cringe, Austrian. The very use of the is cringe meme is cringy. You get that, right? Like it's weird. Ravenclaw, I guess. Yes. I think that's the one. Zealot. Cope. Argue in good faith and bring some scientific rigor to your arguments. When you're back in 10 minutes. Maybe by then you'll have gone to bed. Yeah, I look, I read 4 of the Harry Potter books back in the day, but it wasn't my thing. I'm not a high fantasy kind of guy. I'm a science fiction kind of guy. I'm a cyberpunk, dystopian technological future kind of guy. So it didn't really resonate with me. So I stopped. What's number 5? Order of the Phoenix? Something like that. I'd stopped before that one. Well endowed. Cyberpunk, science fiction. I mean, anything high, science fiction territory, I'll vibe with you on. You want to talk like Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash? I'm down. You want to talk some of the sci-fi classics? I'm down. How old? Because I have in my collection some really like kind of cheesy old sci-fi stuff that is enjoyable. Blake 7 is like in that category. Like, how old are we going on this one? But yeah, I'm down. Attempted to read Dune, have never gotten through it, Axel. And it kind of bothers me that I never did, but I also understand for myself why I didn't. Battle, I didn't want to say it out loud. I'm more Asimov Foundation series. Like I'm more in that territory. I'm more down for the Foundation series than I am Dune. Dark Matter. It sounds familiar. Which one was that? I'm aware of it. I didn't watch it. Is it worth Hyena? Is it worth watching? I'll add it to the list if it is. Cool. All right. All right, we got a couple votes for Dark Matter. Cool. I'm looking forward to the Foundation TV mini series. I forget who's doing it. Amazon or Apple. I think it's Apple actually that's doing the Foundation series. And they're throwing like $1 billion at their TV enterprises. So they're gonna spend like early Netflix days money at this shit. So I'm interested to see what the Foundation series is gonna look like. Just canceled when Total Climax. Interesting. Matrix will be your favorite sci-fi series. Matrix is a good single standalone for me. Jay left. All right, cool. All right. I'm out of that voice chat. Yeah, The Matrix is the first movie. If you ignore 2 and 3, I think is amazing. It's amazing. But, yeah. The scope and scale of Foundation Battle is what I enjoyed. It is a story that takes place over such a massive amount of time and a civilization that spans that amount of time, and the fall and the rise and fall and the that I have to say that is the very nature of what kind of draws me in on that one. Plus, I preferred Asimov's style for Foundation as opposed to Frank's style for Dune. So, yeah. I watched The Expanse with that same caveat that everybody says. All the Expanse folks say, like, if you can get past the first season, just keep going. Dude, I watched the first season of Expanse. I thought it was just fine. I'm like, this is a perfectly serviceable show. I don't understand why people are saying like you got to slog through it. It was good. I've watched all the seasons that are released of The Expanse. I never read the books. I timed someone out, me, Trey. But other than that, not much. Well, I wasn't raised Christian, but I have done more than my fair share of theologian studies. I'm looking at it right now. Interesting. 3 short stories. Okay. Cool. That's just a difference of storytelling opinion than battle, which is perfectly fine. I get that. I understand that. Was that with the kids, The Expanse? No. That's the 100 or something like that. I think you may be thinking of, Brody. The Expanse was, it was the 100. The Expanse is, I don't know, how do we describe the Expanse? The Expanse is sort of human beings have taken to space, and we're starting to divide up into groups. Those that live in space and were born in space, and those that were born on Earth, and those that were born and live on Mars, right? And you have these factions, and there's an alien element, and shit snaps off. That's sort of, political intrigue, military, espionage, battles, space battles, and, traditional sort of humanistic tribal mentality, but in space. I watched like that first episode of the 100 Zealot, and I felt the same way. It was way too teen angst, like, teen novella sort of, territory shit. I couldn't. Beck got into the 100. I am starting to have serious doubts about Beck's taste in things, me, Trey. I'm starting to question her taste in things. I think you're the best choice. Devs. I've never even heard of Devs. 8 episodes. Computer engineer investigates the secretive development division in her company, which she believes is behind the disappearance of her boyfriend. Huh. I never even heard of it. Prime K's. Mitre. Okay, so Zealot, I watched the first season of The Boys. I enjoyed it just fine. I have no need for any further seasons. I was perfectly content to end where it ended, and I'm fine. I don't need any more episodes out of The Boys. Oh, wow. Well, that's interesting to know that I'm on a recommendations list now. Interesting. You've got her watching me a couple times. Well then, hi back. If you're watching me, your taste is great. Yeah, Kai's like, and that's a wrap. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, The Boys, for me, it fulfilled its purpose, right? 1 season, done, it was good. And other than that, I don't need any more from them. I feel complete. I don't need to go back to it. What's another one I watched recently? The Umbrella Academy I watched because a film and TV nerd who some of us know by the name of Jackie. She discounted it as she called it a discount X-Men. And I asked her about it. I said, "Have you watched it?" She's like, "No, I don't need to watch it. It's discount X-Men." And so I just out of curiosity watched it and then recommended it to her. I was like, "It's not a discount X-Men." I mean, there's parallels because they're like mutants and shit like that, but yeah. Yeah, it was, I thought it was good enough. I enjoyed their storytelling. It's way more musical than I thought it was going to be. Why is no one mentioning Battlestar? I've never watched Battlestar Galactica. I know all about it from sci-fi lore and just the general sci-fi community. I know so much about it, but I've never watched it. I've watched clips of it. I've watched some of the OG episodes, but I've never watched the new ones. And one of the reasons I've never watched the new ones is there's too many episodes. It's just an investment. And I was like, it's like getting into like Stargate or Star Trek. There's too much of it. It's like, it's in that territory. Lost. Fucking Lost. Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, we're talking about science fiction in various forms of fiction now. We're off politics and economics. So they can come in all they want, but we're talking about our favorite fictional properties now. Yeah, Lost is one of the best examples of terrible storytelling as far as I'm concerned. From a modern writer's perspective, Lost is one of the worst examples. Yeah. It's just, you want to know what not to do? 8th season and Lost. There you go. And if you know what I mean by 8th season, you know what I mean by 8th season. And so, yeah. Yeah, tech support, totally good decision on that one. And Christina, that's exactly how Lost operates. There's no way. You can barely follow it if you watched every single episode. Missing episodes, you're not going to know what's going on. I watched the first season of Heroes. They didn't hook me. There was some stuff there. But they didn't hook me. Yeah. Okay. It was the writer's strike. Okay. Yes, I remember the infamous writer's strike. Legend of the Galactic Heroes is criminally underrated in the general sci-fi lore, says Kat. Interesting. I mean, it's the fact that it's a Japanese animated show that I think. I mean, it's an old school, like it's not even a show, right? It's novels. It's like novels from 82, 80, something in there. Like it's Reagan era. So yeah, that's sort of why it gets overlooked. I'd wager a guess at least. But yeah. Zealot, Neon Genesis Evangelion. Mic drop. Not gonna lie, I haven't consistently watched TV or movies for almost a decade now. That's a solid decision, premarital handler. It's escapism of the highest form. That's all. What do we got? Scrubs was one of the shows I loved as a kid and hated when I rewatched it as an adult. Christina, Meat, I could see that. I haven't watched it since I was young, but I can't see myself enjoying it now. Zealot, Gundam, you went there. Which version of Gundam do you all enjoy? What's your favorite version of Gundam? Seeing as there's a billion of them. Oh, it was adapted to anime in the 90s and then a remake of the anime airing its first season this year. So say I wanted to go back and watch it. Do I watch the original 90s anime or just do I go with the remake? Most obscure. Well, I tend not into the obscure, but I'm just scrolling through some of my list here of that. I don't think anything I'm going to have is going to be obscure in the traditional sense, but maybe not super mainstream. How about the Forever War? That's one that not everybody has seen, has read, has paid attention to. And it's, it's in that sort of top tier of influential sci-fi that people aren't really aware of. I think that's probably like a shooting from the hip kind of response battle for the Forever War, maybe. The original was up on YouTube, but it's slow paced and kind of, Jesus Christ, in 200 episodes. It's the first season of the remake is paced to cover all that ground in 3 24 episode seasons. Okay. Maybe I'll wait till that's done. Everybody remind me when that's done. Heard of it, never read it. It's very it is a very humanistic. It's told from the point of view of one person who is having to deal with time dilation and societal change and normative changes. And so if your issue with like Foundation and Dune is this like grand scale and grand scope that sort of leaves the human element to that single point of view perspective behind, the Forever War can actually do that sort of large scope and scale from a single point of view. And it also has all sorts of like moral and social mores and taboos and quandaries tied into it as well. And the horrors of war. In the book End of Days, Sylvia Browne writes, quote, in around 2020, a severe pneumonia like in the... Oh, Jesus Christ, we're still doing this? Yeah, 100%. Sylvia Browne, confirmed time traveler. You heard it here first, folks. Goran the Serb 1 has broken the story wide open. Sylvia Browne was a time traveler. Confirmed. Rubber stamp that shit. Oh, maybe I'll stop in and say hello, but I don't play Minecraft, Cat. I'll stream that shit. Maybe I'll look at it one time. Somebody was asking about Bleach. How far did you get into Bleach? Oh, shit. 3 seasons, maybe? 2 seasons? I couldn't tell you, but there's Cat. There we go. Huh. Yeah, I see the weird temple cathedral thing. Cool. Maybe I'll stop by. I'll grab Minecraft for this computer and I'll stop in. I never watched Death Note either. I read Bleach and Naruto every Wednesday afternoon at 2 p.m. for fucking 11 years. Please, please don't talk about them. I got no problem with them. I mean, look, they go too long, right? They go too long. But, I mean, I like some of the early stuff, but I have to check out at a certain point. Like, I don't have time for, like, 1,000 episodes of some shit. Like, I just don't. Yeah, Mitre, the problem is that, you know, one, it's not my style of game, and two, like, if I'm spending time on a video game, I would much prefer to spend time in a video game that I enjoy, actually. So, yeah, it would have to be a form of praxis. Like, it would have to be. Let's see, what do we got? Hunter x Hunter, Hunter by Hunter. I didn't watch that one. Didn't get into it. I think I've seen maybe the first episode. And yes, I have no statement on the 12-year-old book, Goran. Take your conspiracy theories to a channel that welcomes conspiracy theories. This doesn't even pass the sniff test. Like, you're welcome to take it to anybody else. Like, this isn't a channel that buys into that shit. Bill Gates isn't out to microchip you. I'm sorry. You're already carrying a smartphone. There's no need for it. It's just, you know, sorry. And population decreases happen in developed countries. That's just how it works. As a country develops, its birth rates go down. So there's not some sort of depopulation agenda going on secretly in America. It's just how it works. Yeah, exactly. We talk about real anarchist stuff like 15-year-old anime. Goddamn right. EJ gets it. EJ fucking gets it. I need actual proof that it's been manipulated. That it is a fabricated virus. You know that says a lot, right? You stay everywhere until they ban you. That says a lot, bro. You wear out, you're welcome everywhere. Top 5 animes. And then I'll stop. Berserk 97, Neon Genesis, Code Geass. Does that count? Oh yeah, it does. Sorry, I'm thinking something else entirely. Future Diary and Steins Gate. 1,022-minute episodes, 22,000 minutes, 366 hours and 40 minutes, 2 weeks, 1 day, 8 hours, 40 minutes. Holy shit. Wow, tech support. I don't have that time. Berserk is fucking wild. Yeah, Neon Genesis. What about Paranoia Agent? What's been the worst reason so far? Just curious. Yeah. All right. What are we tagging around? Just want to check something here. Oh, well, fuck it. Longest running manga of all time, Berserk. Released first chapter 3 days before I was born. Holy shit. July 18th, 1988. It's not even close to finished. He'll die before he finishes it. So he's told his family how it ends. Oh my God. I have no room in my life for that, but I love that it exists. I have mad respect for that. As a creator of various things, I have mad respect for that. That's epic. I mean, that's the definition of epic. I love that exists, but no, I'm not getting into that shit. There's plenty of homoerotic relationships that I can enjoy without a lifetime commitment, Mitre. Oh, well, I mean, that's just funny. That's just funny. You provoking people and then saying the truth always gets censored and then getting banned is fucking hilarious. Of course they banned you. Like, you baited them. Jesus Christ. All right, boys and girls. It's time to wrap this stream. Oh. So here's what we're going to do. Insert the traditional bullshit here. Yep. It's 4 hours in. We're going to call it. I'm on 5 days a week. A lot of you know that. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific. Tuesday, Thursday, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. I hope you're as well as you can be. I'll catch you guys next time, but we're going to raid somebody. So stick around for the raid if you want. We're gonna do a little thing here. We're gonna alter somebody's metrics who needs altering. So much love, guys. Catch you tomorrow.